Planning Commission business session for Tuesday, July the 21st, 2026 to order, and ask for a roll call.
Shannon Pennington.
Here.
Bill Buchanan.
Here.
Brian Adams.
Here.
Shannon Renfro.
Here.
Mary Eipert.
Here.
Doug Fritz.
Here.
Robert Farmer.
Here. Let the record show we do have a quorum, and the first order of business is approval of the minutes. Everyone should receive in their packet a copy of the June 16th, 2026 minutes. Is there any corrections or additions to the minutes as received? If not, a motion be in order to approve.
Motion approved.
Have a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion?
I'll second.
If not, we'll have a vote.
Brian Adams.
Yes.
Bill Buchanan.
Yes.
Shannon Pennington.
Yes.
Shannon Renfro.
Yes.
Mary Eipert.
Yes.
Doug Fritz.
Yes.
Robert Farmer.
Yes. Next on our agenda is the final subdivision plat for Indigo Run, Phase 8. Bert, you want to bring us up to speed from our work session?
Stuart, how are they coming on getting stuff finished up out there? Can y'all hear me? Chris, I don't think my mic's still not working.
We can hear it, it's just low.
How about now?
It's low.
Well, I'll talk loud. I'm pretty loud anyway.
Yeah, you can hear.
Go ahead, Stuart. Just want to fill us in. I think we're, the only thing we still need from the work session is the letter of credit. I think the developer's still waiting on the amount from the road department on that. Got the deed restrictions. I think we're still waiting on some blacktop to go down. Obviously, the road department supervisor won't sign the plat until that gets completed to his specs. So we just would need any kind of motion to be contingent upon all those signatures.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on just a minute, Stuart.
It's on.
So can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah.
We're asking for approval tonight contingent upon getting the asphalt down and sign off from the road superintendent and that letter of credit in place.
Okay.
Everything else is
Do any
complete.
of the commission members have any concerns or questions before I call for a motion? If not, I'll open the floor for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the final subdivision plat for Indigo Run Phase 8, contingent upon receiving all the required signatures and the letter of credit, right?
That's right.
Right. Okay. Have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, we'll have a vote.
Shannon Renfro.
Yes.
Mary Eipert.
Yes.
Doug Fritz.
Yes.
Shannon Pennington.
Yes.
Bill Buchanan.
Yes.
Brian Adams.
Yes.
Robert Farmer.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Next on our agenda is a site development plan for 3187 Irvin Road. Bert, you want to bring us up to speed from our work session?
I think this looks pretty good, Jay. I still didn't see anything about any signage. Did you speak to?
Yep, yes, sir.
Did I miss it?
You added a note number, I think it's 14 or 15, the last one. All signed.
14.
That works for me.
All the other concerns that came up before the session. Entrance permit.
Talk into that a little bit more. Just talk straight into it.
Gotcha. My apologies.
That's okay.
The entrance permit is conditionally approved. There's a couple of minor improvements they're asking us to make for that. They want some concrete head walls and some bushes trimmed to help with visibility pulling out. So those will be added to this plan if that's okay.
Is that the state?
State,
Giving
yes.
you permission? Okay. Any other questions or concerns?
We just need the final signatures on this one, too.
I'm sorry, would you,
Final signature.
Would-
final signature?
Yep.
Okay. Any commission member have any concerns or questions? If not, I'll open the floor for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the site development plan for 3187 Irvin Road pursuant to the signatures and any other work that needs to be accomplished there that you were talking about just a minute ago.
For the highway, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor with those conditions. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Have a motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, we'll have a vote.
Shannon Pennington,
Yes.
Bill Buchanan,
Yes.
Brian Adams.
Yes.
Shannon Renfro,
Yes.
Mary Eipert,
Yes.
Doug Fritz,
Yes.
Robert Farmer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Before I go to the next item agenda, I'd like to say, for those of you that's never attended a planning and development meeting, what we do is we listen to testimony of the applicant, we listen to the testimony of the audience, and then using the comprehensive plan, we'll make a decision or a recommendation that goes to the fiscal court. The fiscal court will listen to it 2 readings, and they'll make the final decision on whether or not to approve it or disapprove it. I want you all to make sure, understand that we make a recommendation to the fiscal court. They have the final say on whatever we decide. Okay? Okay, next on our agenda is the land use change for 2494 Lexington Road.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would like to recuse myself for a possible conflict of interest.
Okay?
All right.
Let the record show that Shannon excused himself. Okay, Bert, I'll turn it over to you.
I'll turn it over to Mr. Worley.
Okay, Mr. Worley?
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How are you? Everyone, good evening. My name is Preston Worley on behalf of the applicant Carr Acres LLC. And let me first say how much of a pleasure it is to represent this applicant. The Carr family, representatives of which are all up here front, have been longtime friends, watched me grow up. And they have been, for generations, stewards of land in Madison County, both as farmers and developers, and have always been responsible and wonderful to give back to this community. They serve on boards and commissions, and so it's a privilege to serve with them, or to stand up here with them tonight. So for the members of the commission, I've given you a copy of my presentation if you'd like to follow it along. But if you would just kind of come right up here. This is, and you swear him in if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Let's state your name and address for the record.
Real name, Richard Igo Carr Jr., and known as Bud. Address, 1006 Palmetto Drive, that's Indigo Run.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Okay,
yes.
thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Worley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the property at issue today is 2494 Lexington Road, and I'll have Bud as my witness to kind of give the lay of the land with this property. It's currently zoned agriculture, UC7, and we seek to zone it UC5 industrial, and we'll get to the benefit of that. But Bud, if you wouldn't mind to come up and just tell us a little bit about the property and about your family's history with the property.
Well, the property is there, it's 722.14 acres. That farm or property has been in our family for close to 200 years. The farthest I could trace back was a guy named Greenberry Igo, and I'm one of the last of the Igos, I believe. But anyway, that farm, as far as I know, it's had old houses on it, but as far as I know, nobody has lived on it in the last probably 80 to 100 years. So it's strictly farm. My dad farmed from a young boy to whenever he deceased. He was 82 years old, and that was passed down to him, and it's passed down to us. Now, us is not just me, it's Carr Acres LLC, and that includes my sister, Kenny Carr Yoder, right there, and my younger brother, Jack Carr, is the other owner in this. Of course, everybody knows Jim. All right. As far as the farm itself, it borders 4 people. So on the south side is Jim's farm, and he lives there. And that's been in the family for a long time, about the same amount of time. It's called Green Lawn. And then on the north side is my cousin, Lee Smith. Everybody knows Lee. He's been a farmer all of his life. He's lived there. He's got a house there. And that's where on the north side. On the west side is Indigo Run, and that's where I live. So, you know, it's, anyway, I'll let these guys tell you what's going to happen there. But on the east side, it's kind of a hodgepodge of things, but you can take always relate to golf, you can hit about a 6-iron from our farm to the interstate on the east side. So it's a good piece of land. As far as what we want to do, obviously, we weren't looking to sell, but we're also not farmers. And we don't have any farmers coming up as far as we can see. And we're talking 3-year-olds in this equation. But we had a couple opportunities. We looked at a couple of different things. And this one happens, that's the one that got me excited and got Kenny and Jack excited, is to put in a business park. It'd be called the Central Kentucky Business Park Authority. And that is made up, and Lucas can tell you more about this, but that's made up of Madison County, City of Berea, Urban County Fayette, and Scott County. And they'll split risk and rewards, just like any other thing. But we looked at a couple of them, and I'm real excited about it. And I don't want to steal these guys' thunder. That's what they're getting paid to do anyway. So we look forward to working with everybody, and we appreciate you listening.
Thank you, Bud. And so I think that gives us a pretty good orientation of the property and its history for the record. And you could see from your board here, if it'll work, yeah, there we are. Here, this is the property that we're talking about right here. Generally, this sort of L-shaped property here. And then this is the property to the north, Mr. Smith's that they talked about, and the property to the south, that's Mr. Carr's. Indigo Run back here, and the interstate more or less right here. And that's that particular survey was done by your county surveyor, Stuart Spencer, and is part of the record here is Exhibit A in the application. So you're aware of the exact property that we're looking to rezone. So other general orientation of the property and some things I'd like to point out as I go through the justifications for this zone change, which, by the way, we would put to you that this zone change is in agreement with your comprehensive plan. That's one of the 3 KRS 100 specified justifications that we must prove, as you know, and so we put that this is in agreement with the comprehensive plan. This right here is the property, and you can see this line here. This is your urban corridor boundary right here, and so the entirety of the property is within your urban corridor. I wish I could do the best I can on this one maybe too, but I'm trying to show it to the board. I apologize, but here is your urban corridor boundary.
We're not going to turn the lights down. Sorry.
So,
You want to stand right here in one of these?
yeah, to repeat myself, and I'll go back for the board, and since you can see this best, but to the crowd, if you see my pointer doesn't really work that well. People who don't bother you, I'm just going to walk up here. Here's your property right here. This reddish, yellow, orangish outline here, that is the urban corridor boundary of Madison County. That's been established by this planning commission and the fiscal court through the comprehensive plan. We'll get to that in more detail, but that is where we've decided that most of your dense development should go, is inside the urban corridor. So right here is the urban corridor. Also, I'll touch on that Madison County's comprehensive plan talks about wanting to emphasize development in the north part of the county. This is obviously the north part of the county. Right.
Preston, I need you to get back on the microphone or we won't be able to pick you up for the minutes. You want me to get you a handheld or?
If
Okay.
that works, I want to accommodate the crowd and the
Yeah, I
board.
understand, but the record's pretty important.
So, again, for the board, and I'll do my best to accommodate the crowd as well, but here's the property inside the urban corridor. This is the north part of the county. Here's the interstate exchange, right here, at Boonesboro. So you're within 2.5 miles of the interstate exchange, right here. Then I've done some, just through using Google Earth, that sort of thing, but I've looked at it. This same area, the same farm is within 3.1 miles of the Whitehall Volunteer Fire Station, 3.1 miles of County Station 1 on Keeneland Drive and 2.6 miles from Richmond Station 4. And because this is within 5 miles of the city limits, the city of Richmond will also service it for fire. Ma'am, I'm going to do the best I can to accommodate everybody, but I have to present my case for the board.
To the board. If you have questions, you can ask them later at the microphone, but we can't take comments from the crowd. I understand, but he's here to present to them, okay? And he can't do that if he keeps getting interrupted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The point making, without even pointing to the maps, is that the measurements here, and you all are generally familiar where this farm is on Lexington Road, it is within very close proximity to fire service, 3 different stations. It's within proximity to the interstate. It's inside your urban corridor. And for many other reasons that I'm going to talk about, these are part of the reasons that this would be ideal place for development, particularly a business or industrial park. And those are the type of things that I know this board looks to when you think about the elements of the comprehensive plan. And so those are the things I wanted to point to. Also, we know that water and sewer is available to come to the property. I got a letter late today that I can get to the record from Madison Utilities that says that they are willing to service the property. Now, it will take some development from the potential developer, and that'd be the same thing for the sewer. But again, I know you all look to, is it in the urban corridor? Does it have the infrastructure? Is it sewerable, water? Fire protection, those are things that I want to point to that are readily available to the property. So, what is our proposal? Our proposal is a business park. And Jeff Fultz, who sits on the Central Kentucky Business Park Authority, everybody knows Jeff, was the market president for Central Bank here in town before he retired, lent us this quote: "This is intended to be a high-end, high-quality business park with a mix of job-creating uses together with significant green space and amenities." So that's what we're wanting to put forward. And so I'd like to introduce, as part of this next part of the presentation, Mr. Lucas Witt. Lucas is with MWM Consulting, who serves as the consultant and third-party administrator to the Central Kentucky Business Authority. If you swear him in, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman, thank
please
you.
state your name and address for the record.
Lucas Witt, our business address is 135 West Short Street, Lexington, Kentucky.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Worley.
So I'm going to ask Lucas to tell us just a little bit about the history of regional development, very briefly, and why that's important, why the Central Kentucky Business Park Authority was created, and how we've ended up here, and why this is an ideal place for Madison, in Madison County, and for Madison County. But I'll put to you first that this is not intended to be the old industrial parks of a previous generation. This is not intended to be smokestacks, a concrete jungle, and absolutely not intended to be a data center. It's intended to be a job-creating business park. So first, I want to tell about the Central Kentucky Business Authority, how it's created. It's a special purpose government entity pursuant to KRS 65A. It is an interlocal agreement industrial authority created by KRS 150-450. It includes Madison County, Berea, Lexington-Fayette Urban County Government, and Scott County. All of that group was created to benefit the entire region, and Madison County will benefit the most, as Lucas can provide to us. And this group is so well encouraged by the state that the state, through House Bill 900, has allocated $20 million to the Business Authority for the purchase and seed money of this business park. So this is not going to cost Madison County to purchase and start this project. The state wants this project to help this region. So, Lucas, if you would briefly come tell us a little bit about the history of economic development, regional development, this particular business park, and then some of the jobs that you see coming here.
All right, well, good evening. As Preston said, I first want to set the stage on regional economic development. It likely seems like a new concept, but in terms of the economic development industry, it is not new whatsoever. Many states across at least the Southeast have been doing it for quite some time, and as Preston said, the state of Kentucky has been encouraging this type of collaboration for quite some time. We have 120 counties across this state, which is a relatively small state. That's a lot of counties, that's a lot of competition, and the thesis is if a project lands within the region, it benefits not only the county that it lands in, it benefits the region around it. In Kentucky, traditionally, miles equates to minutes. People travel for jobs. They want to live where they want to live. They want to go where a good job is. So that was the thesis. Quit competing against one another and share in the risk, but also share in the reward. Preston also mentioned funding available to this type of project, which I think is an important piece to harp on. There are, people like us that are in the weeds, every single day. You can get blinded by something that you believe in, but when other people are looking at it and confirming what you believe in, I think is important. So not only the $20 million from the legislator to help purchase the site, the state of Kentucky set up a program called the Kentucky Product Development Initiative several years ago to encourage site acquisition, site development, infrastructure, and that was really twofold. One, the surrounding states around Kentucky have been doing that for quite some time. They've been doing it for several years, where they provide funding for communities to apply to reinvest, and we needed to start doing that. Two, Kentucky has had success. A lot of good sites have been taken around the state by now, and just like you would in a business, it's time to reinvest. So the program provides up to $2 million per county for funding, and traditionally that's matched 1-to-1. New requirements, now the match is only 20%, but by encouraging regional collaboration, that $2 million turns to $4 million to $6 million, and with the match requirements, you could have anywhere from $8 to $12 million almost fully funded by the state. So, and along that time, they became...
Lucas, let me stop you. This money he's talking about now is additional money available to the project. That is beyond the $20 million direct allocation from the General Assembly. Isn't that correct?
Correct. Yes, correct. And the other important note is that program is administered and ran by a third-party independent consultant based out of Dallas, Texas, by a firm by the name of Site Selection Group. And they do advisory work across the world. They've worked in 90-something countries, advising companies where to locate their business. So they look at these applications and say, if they're going to spend the money they say they're going to spend on this project, would it be a good place to locate a business? If the answer is yes, they recommend funding. And it's an extremely competitive program. Just last year, $35 million available, probably $100 million in requests. So a lot of good projects get told no. This one got told yes. In terms of the project itself, in economic development and in real estate, location matters, right? You think of where this property is off of a major highway, very close to the interstate. That checks a lot of boxes in economic development, in addition to the ability to serve it with utilities. The other important point to know is the strategic marketing intended behind this site. You think of 700 acres and you think of the word mega site. That is not the intention of this site. It's not intended to be for one large user. Those are important in economic development, but there are mega sites available right now, and the intention is for this to be a multi-user site. You see those big projects in the news, but if you look at the data around Kentucky, on average, companies are traditionally buying 25 to 50 acres per project or so, right? Sometimes lower. And those are really, really good projects. Just for example, within this community, you think of Hyster-Yale, which is one of the largest forklift manufacturers in the world. They sit on 50 acres and they employ almost 1,000 people. You think of Hitachi, they sit on similar acreage, similar people. You think of KI USA, another automotive manufacturer. They employ a couple hundred people, 150 people. The intention is to have multiple users and some manufacturing, but also, business-related entities. The front of the park meant to be, more business-related entity, high-paying engineering firms. Think of Davis H. Elliott in Lexington, Kentucky. They have thousands of employees across the Midwest, and they're headquartered in Lexington, engineers, linemen, executive level individuals, and they have hundreds of people coming and going from that park. So that's the intention behind this park. And when you start to think about projections, right, projections are projections. Economic development is the long game. This particular project will not happen overnight. It will take several years. And but in I'm a baseball guy, so I like to make that analogy. There's 162 games in a year, and all you want is opportunities at the plate. This particular site provides many opportunities at the plate because they can service different types of users, smaller users, bigger users, different types of users. And when you start thinking about across 722 acres, estimating about 3,000 jobs across that many acres is very realistic. Traditionally in economic development, manufacturing, industrial business related, You can think of one job per 1,000 square feet up to 3,000 square feet. So we're right in the middle there. And when you look at the data, the average hourly wage in this region, roughly $32 an hour, is actually slightly below what the average would state. That manufacturing, advanced manufacturing wage across this region is $75,000 to $80,000 compared to other industries, which is much lower than that. So I would just say there's been at least an attempt to be very thoughtful about what this park could be, and to provide, high quality jobs for the region for years to come.
Thank you, Lucas. And let me follow up with a few of the things that he said, and if you just confirm that I'm telling this correctly. They see this as a multi-user site, several different users, as you can see from the rendering up here, and I'll get more into this exact rendering, but this could be multi-users from research and development jobs, technology jobs, engineering jobs, all the way to light manufacturing, warehousing, that sort of industrial work. But all in all, they are anticipating in their modeling up to 3,000 jobs, potentially more in the future, but they're estimating 3,000 jobs, a 20-year build-out, and jobs at today's rates that are already above the trending state rates that you're seeing around. So this is an unbelievable opportunity for the county, and I'm going to get into more and more of this, but the payroll tax, the property tax increase, the investment that would come to the county would generate significant money that the county needs, and I'm going to get to that more. But is that all good summation for you, Lucas?
Yes, correct.
So again, the Central Kentucky Business Park Authority created pursuant to statute and interlocal agreement and is controlled by a board with representatives from each community. I've heard that, this is ceding control of something to people outside of Madison County. Madison County has representatives on this board, and this board is a quasi-governmental entity. So there's a fiduciary relationship to the people and to the property. So now we're going to get into the nuts and bolts of the comprehensive plan, and I'll go and forgive me that I'm going to read to you some from the comprehensive plan, but Madison County's comp plan speaks so exactly to the need for a project like this and why this is in agreement with the comprehensive plan. So again, 3,000 future jobs, 20-year build-out, high-wage, high-paying jobs. The vision statement at the very beginning of your comp plan says Madison County will maintain its rich heritage, history, and unique character while promoting economic development and job growth. So it's his very first statement. We're going to preserve our character and heritage, but promote economic development and job growth. When you look to your goals and objectives, goal number 3, economic development, support the retention, expansion, attraction, and diversification of business entities to support the local economy. Objective 5, increase the county's capacity to support economic development initiatives. Objective 7, develop local incentives for targeted industries such as infrastructure, support, and build-ready sites. That's what this would be, is a build-ready site that the investment has been put in for these potential job providers that they can already come straight here, build what they need to build, and get up and operating. The steering committee of the comp plan in your last phase of it said that economic development was discussed at length, including the creation of an industrial park. And these are quotes directly from the comp plan. Future growth should be maximized in, as I pointed out to you, the urban corridor and northern Madison County. We need to increase the tax base and revenue for the county to provide high quality of life for its residents. It is important that Madison County pursue additional opportunities for, again, the retention, expansion, attraction, and diversification of viable economies. We need more jobs. We need to attract more jobs. So why does the comp plan spend so much time on economic development? And it's because, like I just said, we need jobs. The comp plan goes on to say, due to Madison County's large population of young adults ready to enter the workforce, there may be a strong need to begin attracting new industries and occupations that can support the new workforce to keep recently graduated students within the county. Madison County exports more workers than it imports, showing the possible need for increased industry and industry attraction. Here's the big one. The current mission at the Bluegrass Army Depot has created over 1,200 jobs provided a local payroll of $957 million and another $178 million in spending with Kentucky companies, the loss of this mission without replacement will leave a significant deficit in the local economy and tax base. When you think about that, in your comp plan, we saw it coming, the chemical demilitarization would come to an end, and that investment by the federal government and private entities that has created 1,200 jobs and $1 billion of investment, primarily in payroll, is gone. It's leaving, and it's primarily gone now. What are we going to do without that? This community has to have jobs for payroll taxes to support the services that its residents need. And we know in your comp plan that we have to anticipate this massive loss that will be a significant deficit in the local economy and tax base. So why are jobs so important? Why are we so worried about jobs? And it's all about the impact on the budget. I mean, obviously, jobs are important for people's own household needs, for their dignity, for their ability to provide what they want for their family. For a community, though, a government, those jobs are needed to fund the services. We want fire, we want sewer, we want water, we want good roads, we want good law enforcement. You have to pay for that. And in the city's budget, or excuse me, the county's budget, your main tax drivers are your property tax at about $4.5 million a year, insurance premium tax at $4 million, and payroll tax at $4 million. And that comes from, this is a page right here from the county's last budget where I'm getting those numbers. Of your $4 million a year payroll tax, 1.5 a year was the Bluegrass Army Depot. So that's 37.5% of your payroll tax gone. We've got to figure out a way to replace that. And so your options when you lose that kind of revenue to the county government, you can decrease services. So nobody wants that. We don't want to have lesser roads, lesser fire protection, lesser water and sewer. You can increase taxes. Nobody wants that. So what do? You have to increase your tax base. You have to grow. So if you don't grow, then what's that impact? I've showed you the impact of the budget. If you don't grow and get that revenue back and able to provide those services, the impact on people is loss of services and decreased quality of services, loss of jobs that pay a living wage, loss of housing opportunities, which eventually would lead to loss of population. And future generations would have to leave the county. So that's what this is all about today, and why this is in agreement with your comprehensive plan. And again, I apologize for just reading it to you, but the work that you all, this planning commission did for the comp plan and the fiscal court did with the goals and objectives speaks so exactly to how this particular project is in agreement with that very comp plan. By its very language, it talks about this need. So and I don't want to go into great detail with this because I'm sure there'll be plenty of people here to speak that can do this better themselves, but some of the opposition that I have seen in Facebook and around town that I just want to preemptively address. I'm sure there'll be claims that this will cause too much traffic. One, this is way down the line. This is a zone change here today. Is this an appropriate zone that's in agreement with your comprehensive plan? That's something for the future, for development plans, and primarily for the state highway traffic engineer, because this will require an encroachment permit from the state highway traffic engineer, which will require a full traffic study. Then I've heard, well, we already have industrial parks. Maybe we don't need any more industrial parks. Well, the existing industrial parks sit inside the city limits of the city of Berea and the city of Richmond. That means the city of Berea and the city of Richmond get that payroll tax, not Madison County. So those city jurisdictions, they do benefit from business and industrial parks in their jurisdiction. The county only ancillary benefits from that, from some of the property tax, but they get none of the payroll tax. And then, you know, you hate to say it, but then there are some that just simply oppose all growth. And they just don't want this. They'll say that this is too much farmland being eaten up. You can look at your GIS map and get these numbers online, but currently, Madison County total is 279 acres. It's that 279,000 acres. The county itself, unincorporated, 257,000. Of that 214,000 acres, 83% agriculture. So that's 83% of the 257 is agriculture. We are still an agriculture community, but inside that urban corridor, that's where you've said this is where we need growth and that's where growth should go. And you said you need jobs and you need this type of investment. So when you hear opposition of it's too much farmland, you keep that in perspective. We are 83% agriculture in this community. And then finally, I would say, we just can't, we cannot be against growth. We have to support growth. This planning commission knows that for a community to survive, it must support and encourage well-planned growth. We currently don't have enough rooftops to pay for our services. That's only the property tax. So we need jobs for the payroll tax. We need housing for our workers. We must increase our tax base to provide for ever more expensive services. And so long as we still want all of those services, that good water, road, fire protection, law enforcement, we're going to need to have a way to grow in Madison County, and we have to think about the future. And I'd put to you that this project is a generational decision and a generational change. There's a saying I like that I think is really adequate here. This is about planting trees which we may not ourselves climb. This is about setting the groundwork to set up for the jobs needed and the investment needed in this community to pay for those services and grow this community for generations and generations to come. And that is why I would put to you, your comprehensive plan calls almost exactly for a business park like this. So with that, thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Mr. Chair, I would ask for a very brief opportunity for rebuttal after public comment.
Sure.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Do any of the commission members have any questions or comments for Mr. Wall?
I think so.
Okay. Then at this time, Bert, I'd like to, if you want to recognize anyone signed up to speak.
So we do have a list of some people that want to speak. I'll just remind everybody that this is a respectful event. We're not going to have any profanity or argumentative behavior, or, the planning commission wants to hear from everybody. The sign-in sheet said 3 minutes, and we're not going to put you on the clock until we need you to put you on the clock, because we don't want to be here till midnight, right? But if you got something to say, the planning commission wants to hear it. I will remind you that this is not a question and answer period. This is not a debate. This is your opportunity to speak to the commission and give them your evidence. This is an evidentiary hearing. This is what they're doing. They're collecting evidence to help them make their decision. Anything outside of that is probably not going to respond to you, and they're not being rude. It's just that it's not their job to answer your questions. It's their job to listen to what you got to say. So with that being said, first on my list is Mary Kearns. Come on up here. And Robert will swear everybody in tonight, so just be prepared for that. You can come up to the podium there. What are you giving me here? What is this? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
Just a minute, ma'am, before we get started. Let her finish what she's doing.
While she's passing that out, I just want to say one thing before I start my speech or whatever.
Excuse me, before we start speaking.
The knobs
Ma'am, I have to swear you in before you can start speaking, okay?
Oh,
just give me a
okay,
second.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Did you give one to Bert?
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
Mary Kearns, 825 Wimbledon Terrace, Richmond, Kentucky.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do, and I have no reason to lie.
Thank you, ma'am.
Most of my information came from a report. So, okay, first I want to say, before I get into this, the knobs and the forested hills in southern Madison County that are counted into the acreage of farmland, appropriate farmland, it's not farmland. It's forested. You cannot raise row crops, you cannot raise cattle, and you certainly cannot cut hay from those beautiful knobs in southern Madison County. Okay, enough on that. Central Kentucky Business Park authorities, under the leadership of our fiscal court, want to add 722.14 acres, plus or minus, to the 300 acres already committed in Berea, which will make a grand total of 1,022.14 acres of Madison County land, not Scott, not Fayette, but Madison County land that we have handed over to this entity. Here's the kicker. 25% of this, which approximately 180 and a half acres, of the 722.14 acres will be used for the industrial site. The rest, approximately 541.64 acres, will be green space, stormwater management, conservation areas, whatever that is, and buffer areas, walking trails, sidewalks, and roads. Now, turning 75% of this farm into a park. That's all fine and good. How do we generate revenue from a park? The purchase price for this piece of property, $26,250 per acre, almost $19 million. But the money to get this piece of property site ready will be in the hundreds of millions. As this board, it is your responsibility to consider the practicality, viability, and potential success or failure of the project before you make the decision to add this 744 plus or minus acres of this farm to the already 4,147.99 acres of bill-ready sites across the state sitting empty. Now, that's not counting the 1,400 acre site in Rockcastle County, or our 1,022 if they're here, that are here. Changing this piece of property from agriculture to industrial is as easy as a stroke of the pen. However, you must consider the financial risk, the capital outlay of our county. I've not seen a figure or not even a guesstimate as to what the cost to develop this site would be. You have a huge responsibility to your citizens to be informed and to be prepared to make an educated decision on this application. Now, have you all seen the geotechnical and archaeological surveys that were done? Have you all had access to those?
I have not seen any.
Okay. This geotechnical engineering exploration analysis was done by Patriot Engineering and Environmental Incorporated. That was done on this property in May of 2025. But keep in mind, this geological study is a preliminary study. The final geological and archaeological analysis of this farm has not been performed. On page 1, and I'm quoting everything from this document. Page 1 states, the court, our fiscal court, is under contract to purchase a piece of property located at the above address for economic development purposes. The development will consist of single-storied office and warehouse buildings with a slab-on-grade construction. This is a shallow foundation method where a single layer of concrete, typically 4 to 6 inches, is poured over a prepared base. Page 6 of this document, the geological mapping indicates the rock immediately underlying the overburdened soil belonging to the Ashlock and Drake's Foundation formation. These sedimentary rock units found in central Kentucky record the changing, shallow marine and coastal environment of the ancient seas that covered the region roughly 450 million years ago. This formation generally contains dolomite, limestone, shale, and mudstone. This formation generally, this combination of dolomite, limestone, shale, and mud rock was encountered in the borings consisted of highly weathered limestone and shale. You can build on ground containing the dolomite, limestone, shale, and mudstone. However, this is a complex geological mix that poses severe engineering challenges. To ensure structural safety, you must overcome sinkholes, uneven settling, and shifting clay. This is of great importance when you're considering structures, types of buildings, load-bearing, and grading information. Site drawings were not available at the time this report was done. In addition to the consideration of industrial building sites, there's parking lots, driveways, roads, water lines, sewer lines that all have to be put in. A total of 60 soil borings were drilled and sampled and tested at the project site between June and September of 25. With each boring, there is a log, which you all received just 2. With each boring, there's a log of the analysis performed. Under geological hazards / karstic conditions on page 8 of this document, it says sinkholes were mapped within and around the site. A comprehensive karstic survey is recommended prior to construction. Sinkholes, caverns and caves, subterranean water bodies, all are in this piece of property. Page 9, general considerations. In addition to highly plastic clays, very soft and soft clayey soils were noted on site. These soils will not provide adequate structure support, and structures bearing on them will not perform suitably. These types of soils were encountered within various borings. Okay, the modifications that have to be
Excuse me,
made
ma'am, are you about at the end of your presentation?
Sir?
Are you about at the end of your presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
What, another minute or so?
yes.
Okay.
Yes. The modifications that have to be made are contained in this report right here, which would be of great expense. It's even more expensive to prepare the soil to build roads. This is all contained in this report. If it was important enough to spend the money to have this report done, it's certainly of greater importance to be considered in making an informed decision. Based on the findings of this preliminary report and considering the fact that a final geotechnical and archaeological phase of this project has not been done, I'm requesting this application for a zoning change to the property at 2494 Lexington Road be tabled to provide time for the final exploration phase of this project to be done. And the members of the Planning and Zoning, you all, members of the present and incoming fiscal court meet to review the findings. Even better, have a work session with representative from Patriot Engineering Firm. The liability that comes with moving ahead without having the final plat, the final project, the liability without this next phase is significant. And it's all right here. It's all right here.
Mary Lois, I thought we had an understanding.
Mr. Worley?
I thought we had an understanding. I clocked you at 11 and a half minutes. All right, let's try to do a little better, otherwise we will be here till midnight. Rona Conley, please come up. Preston, we'll give you an opportunity to come up at the end.
Ask Mr. Worley to.
We'll give him the last word after everybody's done with the list.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if it's okay, maybe I'm taking some notes. Maybe I could address several different points when I come back up, so to avoid a back and forth.
I got you, okay. Okay, Mr. Thomas?
Rona Conley.
My name is Rona Ray Comley. I live at 140 Castlewood Drive in Richmond. I've grown up in Richmond, Kentucky on the northern end that we're talking about. I also was an educator for 41
Let me swear
years.
you in before you go any farther.
Oh,
Try it. Okay. State your address, your name and address for the record.
Rona Comley, 140 Castlewood Drive, Richmond, Kentucky.
Okay. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Some of the things that I was going to ask about have been already addressed, so forgive me if repeating them, but maybe we can get it clarified and answered. I want to address the statements of forth in the application for the zone change of the property Carr Acres Carr Family Farm that we've been discussing. The farm has road frontage that runs parallel to Lexington Road, which I've not heard much about, and near I-75, but not directly adjacent. My first question is concerning the application commercial property that lies near the Carr Farm. Where is this neighborhood commercial, as already stated? And if it is, then I would like for it to be considered to be that particular name to be on the application as when we talk about the zones of the around the farm. Also in question, Lexington Road, as quoted in the application, has significant capacity to handle whatever traffic is generated by new development and has adequate infrastructure to support additional traffic. I know you talked about a study. Anyone that travels Lexington Road knows this is not an accurate statement. That alone would cause doubt about moving forward. It's a two-lane road with ditches and fences on one side, driveways and mailboxes on the other. There are areas of the road with limited visibility And even near Carr Farm, at an entrance near it, we desperately need a guardrail there that we cannot get, and it is a drop-off. When I-75 traffic is rerouted, which it is many times, to Lexington Road, both ways, because of exit 90 and 95, there's no way an emergency vehicle could get to where they're going. Fire, police, any of these things that we were talking about. Those of you that have been in Madison County probably all your life, you've heard of Dead Man's Curve. Well, it has a name because of that, and it's on Lexington Road. There's a stretch of road where the vehicles pass on no passing lines. There has been little to none improvements on Lexington Road for many, many years. There's not been a clear and transparent discussion with tax-paying citizens as the type of businesses and industries that would be drawn to the park. And I'm going to skip because of the Army Depot and talking about the tax base and such. Citizens also question the money to fund such a huge project. What is the cost going to be? I feel like we should have more exact of what it's going to be. We've heard about a grant. Fiscal court has said that. Has it been awarded? If not, when? Is it a competitive grant? Do we have assurance that the grant will be given to Madison County? What will taxpayers end up footing the bill for? And we will have some cost as taxpayers. The application states of the 722.14 acres, only 25% will be used for this. The rest green space, which we've already talked about. Will at some point it become apartments and houses? Our schools are maxed out. Student enrollment, every school, they've had to redistrict this year. Students are starting at 7:15 or 7:30. Bus drivers have 2 full routes. How much more are we going to be able to handle with that? And something I thought while I was sitting there, why isn't our superintendent on this committee with these Jeff Fultz and them? Madison County citizens do not want Central Kentucky Business Park authorities, which includes 2 other counties, making decisions for us. Time constraint does not allow me to address other application statements. In closing, we have industrial parks. We talked about that. Do we need another one? People that are buying property, Boonesboro Road, Goggins Lane, those properties that were farmland and had cattle, hay, are sitting there growing up with trees, weeds. They've not gone ahead and done their project that they are planning, but yet it's not a beautiful sight. It's not keeping our community pretty and sightly. Is it in our best interest to continue to lose farmland? Farmland is green space. We have Tri-County, 2 Tractor Supplies, Stockyards, Southern States, John Deere, Ag Credit, Extension Office, Derby State. My daughter owns a farm store in Berea. They provide agricultural and farm products, and there may be others. Are we essentially saying we don't want your business anymore? There are too many unknowns at this time to move forward with this project. The Carr Farm is currently leased. There's probably about 200 cow-calf there. If you don't know or follow the cattle prices, I challenge you to do that. Please, if you cannot answer some of my questions or something triggered in your mind, you have an ethical and a moral obligation to vote no and table it. Not that it may not happen again, but at this point, not everything's been read, not everything's been studied. The citizens have not really been asked. So I would say, please, table, and then you do this huge project at a later date when you're more prepared.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mary McMahon.
Hi,
Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
Mary McMahon, 2470 Cedar Hill Drive here in Richmond.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm here on behalf of many concerned citizens in Madison County, reasons to deny these zone changes. Number one, it's not the desire of the people. Madison County voted in May and said they wanted different leadership. They showed strong opposition about rapid development. Several of those obviously were not reelected, and I think we need to take it into account and have the new fiscal court involved in this, whether it's now or it's later down the road. As it's been said before, if it's such a good idea and such a plan we need, I'm sure the new fiscal court will vote for it. Secondly, Madison County already participates in multiple regional economic initiatives. The proposed Central Kentucky Business Park Authority, I guess it's not proposed because it's happened already, I'm sorry about that. But Madison County already has 2 industrial parks on Duncannon Lane and then the Triple Crown Business Park in Berea. They're not full. How long have they been empty and how long will they remain empty? We have the Richmond Center with numerous vacancies. The old Richmond Mall obviously has a lot of vacancies. And a new business residential complex planned at Berea Road, Barnes Mill and Goggins Lane. There's no shortage of commercial or industrial space. There's no need to rush to new development. Number 3, the comprehensive plan requires farmland preservation. In the Madison County Comprehensive Plan on page 14, Section 2, plan elements and goals and objectives, says encourage the preservation of agricultural land and business. The property at 2494 Lexington Road is a longtime cattle farm. Allowing the destruction of our farmlands will see Madison County's cattle production decrease. People are worried about affordability, and feeding their families and farms are essential for our future generations and our survival. Removing 722 plus acres of active farmland is a major blow to our agricultural economy. No farms, no food. Number 4, the farmland value and affordability concerns. The appraisal for the Lexington Road property states that the land is not worth $26,250 an acre in its current agricultural zoning. According to the appraisal, the property only reaches that value if it is rezoned from agricultural to industrial. This is a critical point for Madison County citizens to recognize. The average appraisal price per acre in that part of the county is roughly $10,000 per acre. Approving this zone change would more than double the land value, not because of market demand, but because of a zoning decision. The financial benefit goes directly to the seller, not the taxpayers who ultimately bear the costs of infrastructure, services, and long-term obligations tied to industrial development. This raises a fundamental question of stewardship. Why should the taxpayers subsidize a dramatic increase in land value that primarily benefits a private seller? In addition to more than doubling the price of agricultural land, there are real consequences. It inflates land values countywide, making it harder for farmers, especially new farmers, to purchase land. It pushes agriculture out of reach, undermining one of Madison County's core economic and cultural foundations. It also encourages speculative development rather than thoughtful, community-driven planning. Currently, the infrastructure is not sufficient. Rapid development without adequate infrastructure is dangerous. Adding hundreds of acres of subdivisions and impervious surfaces will worsen the problems we are having, including safety, traffic, EMS response times, and will continue to increase the flooding issues we have recently experienced. The bottom line, if this proposed land change is approved, Madison County will lose 722 acres of farmland zoned UC agricultural. This does not align with the comprehensive plan. This does not reflect the will of the people. This does not represent responsible planning. This cannot be justified as a need for the county. This is not good use of taxpayers' money. It appears as though the Madison County Fiscal Court believes that Planning and Zoning Commission is just a mere checkbox. It's a misuse of taxpayer dollars to support a project that is not properly zoned or could be given questionable zoning preference due to the conflict of interest with the Madison County Fiscal Court being the entity to purchase the land. If this project is truly beneficial and widely supported, the new fiscal court should have no problem advancing it once they take office. It is in the best interest of our citizens and the county for the Planning and Zoning Commission to recommend a denial of this zone change or table it until the new fiscal court takes office. Okay, I've been asked to read a letter on behalf of someone else here. Nope.
No more letters. You had your time, haven't you, Bert?
This
Yeah, and you can't, we don't have any way to swear that person in, or they would need to come to give their own comment. Can't represent another person unless you're an attorney.
Okay.
Is there Christopher, I'm sorry, I can't read the last name.
Mr.
Davis?
Thomas,
Come on up, Chris.
Mr. Thomas, before you go it up, I'd like for Mr. Worley to, you come on, sit down, ma'am. I'd like Mr. Worley to go ahead and address the last three because they've been pretty extensive, and instead of trying to wind it all up at the end.
Be happy to
clear
do it,
some things up.
Be happy to do it, Mr. Chairman. And so, first, to address a couple points that Ms. Kearns made that I think might be a misunderstanding of the acreage. And Bert, I'm gonna first go and point to what I'm gonna be talking about so that people can see, and then I'll use my pointer here. This is the concept, and again, it's a concept. A lot of changes can be made, but this is a great depiction of what it could look like. I want to point to this section right here, this strip, all right through here. I want to point to these different water features, all in through here. This road lined by, this is a depiction of trees, those little specks all through there. So for the board, the comment was made that this is only using 25% of the acreage, that the 722 acres was not all to be used. The building coverage that this particular concept, and again, this is a concept, and we're talking about a zone change tonight. I want to answer people's questions. I want this to be a good public forum, but when we talk about a zone change, we're talking about the agreement with the comprehensive plan, not what the development will specifically look like. But for the benefit of the conversation, that building coverage would take about 25% of the acreage, just the buildings that would house the jobs themselves. The remainder, that section, that strip that I pointed to right there, that is a proposed 300-foot conservation easement between the existing property owners, including Indigo Run and the farm here. So that would create a buffer that could never be developed. That would be dedicated. That's the idea here. Then if you would look across those lawns and those water features, this is not to scale, but that's approximately 1,000 to 1,200 feet from property line to the use. Where that comes into play for you all for purposes of zoning is, can you appropriately transition and buffer from one use to the next? And yes, you can. And so that's part of the purpose that all of the acreage would not be used for development. A lot of that acreage is going to be used for the very purpose of making this pretty, respecting the surrounding property owners. Then, of course, those water features, we have to do something with water runoff. You're going to have impervious surface there in the future that's not there now. What do you do with that runoff? Well, we don't want it all running into that creek, and we don't want it running under other properties. So that will all be engineered so that the water will be retained on the property. That's required by your regulations, that's required by state law. So the use of the property, it will all be used. Where the jobs will sit versus what will be the community amenities, what will be the community protections, that's what really goes more to the zone change piece for you all, that it can be adequately buffered, transitioned, and follow your ordinance and this community's expectations there. There was mention of geotechnical studies, and I don't want to go a lot into that other than to say, one, nothing in those geotechnical studies has said that this project is not viable to the people that are interested in spending the money to do this project. Also, it shows the due diligence they're already doing for feasibility of this project and how serious they are. But ultimately, those are construction issues. If a building can't be put exactly where we've envisioned it there, it has to be somewhere else. If the footer has to be set through a sinkhole, it has to be. That's, they use the phrase in construction, you can build anything with dollars and dynamite. And ultimately, there was a question about, well, who pays for this? Well, again, first off, remember, $20 million direct allocation from the General Assembly to the Central Kentucky Business Park Authority to purchase this property. Madison County currently has the option to purchase in a purchase agreement that will be assigned to the Central Kentucky Business Park Authority to effectuate this. That $20 million comes from the state. Then, as Lucas mentioned to you, the matching money and the economic development money, we've got somewhere between 6 to 8 million that can also go into initial development. And then you hope to get this as cheap to develop for the ultimate job producers as possible, but they're the ones who build their buildings. They're the ones who set their footers. They're the ones who put in their parking lots. So they would bear that burden. So I think it's a misunderstanding that the burden of the infrastructure and the development falls on the community. The community has sought money to help it for its part, but ultimately those end users will spend significant money here, and the significant tax increase revenue that will come from this will pay for itself over time. Make sure I've got, there was a question, I want to make sure, Ms. Conley asked something about the road frontage and the commercial property to the north, and Lexington Road. So you can see, this is all road frontage along Lexington Road right here. So that's significant road frontage for this, we're showing an encroachment here, that could be anywhere. Significant road frontage along Lexington Road, and again, 2.5 miles from the Interstate Exchange at exit 95. The property to the north that is zoned commercial and multifamily is right here. And for the benefit of the public, right here. So it's currently not used that way, but its zoning is multifamily and commercial just above there. So it's set for development along that piece too. I think there was a question about, do we need this now because existing parks are not full? Again, there may be open space in Berea and Richmond's business parks, but business parks take years and years to fill out. And sometimes users move, sometimes users change. Regardless of who's in those parks or not in those parks, that's city money. None of that goes to the county government to help provide services for its citizens. And then you have to think long-term again. This is not going to pop up tomorrow. We are making plans for the future. There's a site that a lot of us know that have seen and heard of in the Hardin County area that is coming online with a massive industrial development. The General Assembly allocated land for that community to buy that piece of property 30 years ago. So if you're going to seek generational change, you've got to see into the future and start working on that now. So I think that is kind of some of the answers. But then the last I would say, there was a comment about this is somehow ceding control of Madison County land to other communities. And that's simply not the case. The Business Authority will operate this, yes. But the Business Authority has members on it from Madison County, and it would operate it no different than a private entity would once you've given your zoning to a private entity. You no longer control everything that they do, but they're bound by your rules, your regulations, and your laws. So the very fact that we're here in front of this board and in this process shows Madison County controls this decision and controls this future. So I think those were the questions particularly that were raised, Mr. Chairman. I believe that's it for right now. So I'll give it back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Worley. Okay, Bert, you got time for one more?
Mr. Davis?
Please state your name and address for the record.
Christopher Davis, 928 Blue Lick Road, Berea.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you, and thank you for everybody that's come out here that's concerned. I think this is great. Thank you to the Planning Commission. You have a very difficult decision, I think, in front of you. I've kind of been on both sides here. I'm here tonight basically out of concern. This seems so big to me. I read the application. It didn't seem thorough to me with the implications that were to the county. And once this happens, there's no going back. Once this is zoned industrial, it's rolling, in my opinion. One of the points I'd like to kind of counter is, the need for jobs in the Bluegrass the Bluegrass Army Depot. That's one of the big things they're saying here. But back, on April 26, we've got $27 million of federal funding to do something out there, which is great. So I would contend that needs a revision. I think a traffic impact study, that's been brought up. You think about 3,000 jobs and all that traffic packed in there. I think that's what I'm looking for, is more concrete plans. Not necessarily to say no tonight, but I'd like the commission to think about, I think this needs delayed, and I think this needs a lot more discussion, and I think it needs a lot more understanding, because they're very well prepared. It's wonderful. I just made a few notes, and I could have prepared hours of material as well, just like everybody here, and I think that's what I'm asking for primarily. And another thing, I'll finish up here, I took part in the survey for the comprehensive plan that's due in 2030, and our last one, I think, was done 2020, right? It's every 10-year thing. I think a lot of things have changed. I think it's important to keep the character of the county and be very measured in these things. And I would ask that input be considered in your decision, because Mr. Worley, I think, says these are generational decisions, and he's right, and that's why I say that. So I'll close with that. Simply, I ask that this be tabled and considered further, and I thank the committee and everybody for coming.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mary Wager.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Mary Jane Wagers. I live at 2162 Reeser Road in Fairfield, Ohio. I also own a residence here on 1107 Tates Creek Road, and we also own 5 farms over in Madison County.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Let's see. I wish to address the issue of having a follow-up study done on the Carr Farm. It caught my attention at the last physical court. I thought I was. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. When I went to the last physical court meeting, Magistrate Hughes brought up having a study done on this farm due to the findings done by an archaeological consultants of Ocean. They recommend an archaeological field of renaissance be performed, as they found the property has potential to contain prehistoric archaeological resources. Magistrate Lockmuller said, "It won't mean anything to me anyway. I'm not smart enough to understand it." To me, that is not a reason not to have someone check this out, because he doesn't understand it. If I understand it right, you all just said that you had not read, any of you had read that report.
That'd be with, you're talking to him. You need to ask him those questions. At the physical court meeting.
At the physical court, none of those people had read it either.
Yeah.
But they all voted, except for Hughes.
If this all passes and it goes through the fiscal court and they approve it, since they had the last say, before anything is done, they have to submit a site development study, and all that'll be addressed in that site development plan.
Well,
Is that not?
they turned down the study that night, all except for Magistrate Hughes. Everybody else immediately voted no. So my husband was born in Richmond and has a long history in this county. His father, Charles Wagers, was the county clerk for over 25 years. Charlie started collecting Indian artifacts when he was 4 years old. He went to Marion Kunkel Service Station on the Lexington Road, and Mr. Kunkel had 2 antique candy displays. One held antique guns, and the other one held Indian artifacts. Charlie went home immediately and purchased an antique cabinet for $10, pulled out his shoebox, and started his own collection. When he was 10, the Richmond Register wrote an article of him being the youngest member of the Kentucky Archaeological Society. Several years ago, Joe Lovell posted that article with a picture of Charlie holding his arrowheads, and it is currently on the wall at the Madison County Historical Society on Aspen Avenue. After the article appeared, farmers would come into town on Saturdays, or if they had reason to go to the clerk's office, they would bring in sacks of arrowheads and tell Charles, "Give these to little Charlie." To this day, we still have every artifact that the people in Madison County gave him. Charlie measured tobacco in the summers to earn money for his college tuition at UK. He made friends and relationships with lots of the farmers, and they would let us walk their fields all over Madison County. We have been interested and involved in this hobby for over 50 years for me and over 70 years for my husband. We were the editors of the Prehistoric American Journal for 3 years. Charlie has testified in court regarding the regulations that the Kentucky State Legislature has been fighting with over several years. He worked with Judge Bill Klaus to help stop some of the proposed laws that were not good for the farmers or for collectors. One example was they wanted to pass a law that said you shouldn't be able to pick up an arrowhead on your own property without possibly getting in trouble. Thankfully, with Judge Klaus on the side of the farmers, this law never passed. For 13 years, we've had third graders from the school where our boys went come to our house on a field trip to learn about the culture and tribes from Ohio that they were studying. We always have stories about the pieces from that area and would have relics on the table that they could pick up and feel the items of the past. Charlie has been named a living legend by the artifact community. Charlie was awarded the James Shannon Jr. Lifetime Achievement Award in 2022. The award was given in recognition for his singular preservation efforts and expertise in Native Americans and the Battle of Richmond artifacts. We also...
Excuse me, ma'am. You need to apply your comments to what we're talking about tonight.
I
understand the history, and I'm
if
interested
you
in
let
that.
me finish, I am talking about the history.
Well, I know you're talking about history, but we need to be talking about this matter.
If you let me finish, maybe you'll find out where I'm going.
How much longer will you be?
Just a few more minutes.
Okay.
Now you made me lose the place. We've also loaned our Battle of Richmond artifacts to the Battlefield Museum so that others can learn about the battle that took place on the Alex Herndon property. Charlie and Alex would spend countless hours hunting, looking for rocks, and battlefield artifacts. So, to the point, Madison County is a wealth of history in both Indian artifacts and the Battle of Richmond that was fought here. We believe that a study needs to be done, not only to see what may lie below on that property, but also to preserve whatever might be found for the citizens of the county. There could be significant artifacts, there could be Indian burials, as well as pioneer burials. There have been mounds in Richmond that have been turned into subdivisions, and nothing has ever been mentioned about them. The Panure Farm being one of those. I believe that Don's Farm was across from the road from the Ramsey Farm, and it has been stated that there are Indian artifacts on that land. So there probably were on the Panure Farm as well. Were those artifacts ever found? Were there ever artifacts found when you all were doing not you, but when the construction on Duncannon Lane was taking place? Because that county, part of the county, is full of them. It is also a fact that the last group of soldiers in the Battle of Richmond actually surrendered on the Carr Farm. People with metal detectors went out there, dug up a saber, and 900 bullets later, when a gas line was being dug there, 100 of those bullets were pull bullets, which means that the mechanism that was inside of the bullet had never even been fired and had to be pulled out so that they would not go off. What would hurt to have a study, or at least postpone this construction until the newly elected officials had a chance to listen to the public and let them decide how it should go forward? And this is just on a side note to keep up. When you all keep buying the land for farmers, you need to know what do you expect the farmers to do? All the development has caused the flooding that recently took place. I watched water flow down the hillside behind the new school, and it flowed down from Barnes Mill Road and flooded Finney Fork and proceeded down Tate's Creek, where so many people were devastated by the losses of 3 citizens. Finney Fork is listed as a historical creek in Madison County. Our family farm has been there for over 100 years, and it has never gotten above the bridge until now. It was a full-blown river, and it didn't have to happen. The public attended these meetings all summer and kept telling you this would happen. In this case, I was speaking about the physical court at this part. They would not listen, and it didn't seem to matter. If you keep continuing to buy up all the farmland, what do you expect the farmer and their families to do? My youngest son is the 5th generation on our land. If the farmers are gone, do you consider what happens to places like the stockyards, where there are no cows or farm animals to sell? The veterinarians will have no large animals to tend. Tri-County Fertilizer, Southern States won't be selling materials that are needed on farms. Tractor supply stores won't be selling tractors, balers, or farm equipment. This affects everyone in the community. The people of Richmond are the ones who shop and pay taxes here and take care of their neighbors. You all need to listen to the citizens who have voiced their opinions at all of these meetings. They don't want this development all at once. They spoke by voting on this issue in the last election. You all work for Richmond, and the people are the ones that sent you here. So be loyal to the people who put you in office and at least consider their wishes and allow the newly elected officials the right to be in charge of these, as they are going to be the ones that are going to be affected in the future. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Thomas, how many more do you have on the
Got
list?
3 more.
Okay.
Kyle Congleton.
Please keep it within 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Kyle Wells Congleton, 123 Elliott Ford Road.
Okay.
Kyle, put your microphone up there in front of you.
I go there?
Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening. As stated, my name is Kyle Congleton. I'm a 5th-generation member of my family's business here in Richmond called Robinson and Turley, who's been in business since 1945. When I think about growth in this county, I don't think about our roads or subdivisions first. I think about my family story. For many years, my family has owned a small business and sold farm supplies. We weren't getting rich. We were barely making it at times, and with that, there came a time when my family had to make one of the hardest decisions they've ever faced. Either close the doors and find something else to do or take a chance and re-innovate the business. They chose to adapt. They shifted into the brick and manufactured stone business and slowly grew out of the farm supplies. That decision didn't just save a business, it created a future for my family. It gave me the opportunity to stay here after college, work alongside my family, and make a living in the community where I grew up. Along the way, we've been fortunate to work with so many builders, contractors, and developers, and wonderful customers because people are willing to invest in this county. Our family business has continued to grow and serve this community. Today, we're proud to be one of the oldest operating family businesses on this side of the Mississippi. I understand why people want to preserve this county. I do too. I grew up here. I live here. I work here. None of us want to lose what makes this place special. But I've also seen what happens when people are willing to invest, build, and create opportunities. Growth has allowed families like mine to stay here instead of leaving to find work somewhere else. It has supported local businesses, schools, created jobs, and helped our community thrive. When I look at my son, I hope he'll have the same opportunity that I've had to work hard, build a life here, and someday give back to this community. That opportunity exists because previous generations were willing to make difficult decisions and invest in our future. I hope we continue making thoughtful decisions that protect what we love about this county while also creating opportunities for the next generation. And I believe that we can do both in this town that we all get to call home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Kyle White.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Name is Kyle White, 2519 Lexington Road, Richmond, Kentucky, right beside Building 7.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you, sir.
Good to go?
Okay. Good to go.
For the last 11 years, I've called Madison County home. For the past 6 years, my wife and I have called 2519 our home. We chose this area because it offered something many of us value, a quiet rural community away from the bustle of city life. with plenty of high-paying industrial jobs in the county that surrounds us. I'd like to ask each member of this group a simple question. Would you be comfortable with a 722-acre industrial park being developed approximately 200 yards from your doorstep? More importantly, would you be comfortable approving without knowing what type of industries will ultimately locate there if this was on your front door? Unknown plants, companies with unknown traffic impacts, light pollutions, or possible environmental pollutants. As of now, this voting body has no idea which company will move into the area, nor have they conducted the needed studies on what this unknown impact will have on the community. In the case of District 2 Magistrate, when asked by Mr. Hughes whether he had read the archaeological report that was conducted, he stated, "I don't need to. It wouldn't mean anything to me anyway. I'm not smart enough to understand it." I ask this voting group, please consider this Please consider that this could be a high-end corporate business. It could also be an aluminum foundry or an iron smelt or any other type of industry that comes in, throws money, buys the whole plot, and builds anything that they see fit to. In regards to the Madison County Comprehensive Plan, which is supposed to be a long-term blueprint designed to guide future growth, land use, and development, a yes vote raises questions about the consistency of the Madison County plan. Page 11 states, encourage the preservation of agricultural land. The application, this application doesn't really jive with that, with no impact study to boot. Page 21 must be encouraged in locations that do not create land use conflicts and are not visually intrusive and concentrated next to other industrial uses when possible. This application doesn't meet that criterion. The comprehensive plan requires adequate roadway access and support additional traffic. No studies on traffic studies have been conducted for this or attached to the application. The comprehensive plan requires development to address stormwater, mitigating floods, and protect environmental sensitive areas. From the application, no SWIP plan or any stormwater plan was attached. No physical study was attached showing the decrease in land value to the surrounding properties with the industrial park built less than 200 yards away. Current average on one study that was on applied economics was 15% decrease in land property values. My family chose to live in this part of Madison County because it is rural. We are not opposed to economic growth, but we believe growth should be carefully planned, fully evaluated, and mapped out correctly. Tonight, I respectfully ask that you vote no to this application. If you are not prepared to do that, then I respectfully ask that you continue the application until the necessary technical studies have been completed and made available for public review. A decision of this magnitude, one that could shape more than 700 acres of Madison County for generations to come, deserves a complete and transparent record before action is taken. Thank you all very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. You have one more?
He stated something wrong there.
Well,
Hughes was the only one that voted for the study, and it was Stephen Lockwood who said he was not smart enough to know what happened.
Is there Mr. or Miss Lopez here? I'm sorry, I can't read the first name. Lopez?
Two minutes, please. Please state your name and address for the record.
Dulce Lopez, 2519 Lexington Road.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I don't want to beat the same topics that we've discussed before. I just want to clarify, I've worked as an engineer, I've worked on development plans, and I haven't seen any work that could lead us to believe that this will not affect the main roads. We've all used 21 to 25 to come to Lexington, to come to Richmond, and we've seen the effect that renovation on I-75 cost. And we've driven that road, and we understand how additional traffic would definitely impact this. So I would like to propose that if you do decide to move forward with additional steps on recommending this, that we have very detailed studies that will say that will not impact traffic, that will not impact runoff of water retention, especially after recent events that we've encountered in our county. I do have a lot of reasons why I wouldn't want an industrial site in front of my house, and the main picture that I want to show off is the view that we currently have. I don't think that any of you would want to have a warehouse or a plant, which I have a lot of experience working on in manufacturing, and I really do understand what those are, what implications are those. So, and my petition is that you do review the plans, make an informed decision, and think what's best for the people of Madison County. If you're thinking about the future, like you've mentioned before, we're not gonna eat car parts. We're gonna be eating beef that is gonna be in our lands, in our farmlands. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, what's the last?
The last one?
Yep.
Okay. Is there any, yes, Mr. Worley, go ahead, and you can do a rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are only a few other items raised that I'll address and then just finish up for your all's deliberation. But again, traffic has been brought up, and traffic is always a concern with any new growth and any development. We hear that a lot. That's, again, not the phase today, as you all well know. This is a zone change phase. Is this an appropriate use for this property in this particular place in Madison County? And I'll get to that briefly, but in future phases of this development, then traffic will be studied, it's already preliminary studies are being done. This is US 25. Lexington Road, compared to I-75, it seems like a country road, but for time immemorial, it's how everybody in all of the United States traveled north to south through this area. It's controlled by the State Highway Department. The State Highway Traffic Engineer will require studies to be done about how this property can be accessed if it's going to be accessed this way, and those will be addressed in future phases. Again, not for you today, though relevant, certainly. Some of the questions about the unknowns about the property. Again, this is a stage where you have to allow the opportunity to pursue those end users, to pursue the development side, that site plan, Chairman Farmer. You have to allow that to start somewhere, and that's where it starts now. But again, the Central Kentucky Business Park Authority, their job is to make sure that good jobs, good users, and responsible users come into this facility, and they're not going to choose people that they don't think are a benefit to this park and this community. So we have to allow things to work. We can't say just because today we're concerned about something that we can't start the process, we can't move forward. Today's about the zone change. Is this an appropriate use? And I would put to you again, your comp plan guides your decisions tonight. This is about a zone change. Your comp plan gives significant focus to economic development and job growth in its goals and objectives and its vision statement and its commentary. Is this the appropriate zone for this site? Is this request in agreement with the comp plan? And I would put to you first and foremost, in all general development principles of your comp plan, more intense development should be in the urban corridor. This property is inside the urban corridor, substantially inside the urban corridor. More intense development should be focused in North Madison County because of its proximity to Fayette County and because of its access to the interstate. This property is in North Madison County. It is 2.5 miles from an interstate exchange that the Commonwealth has just recently spent millions and millions and millions of dollars improving. So from a general business principle, this is where your comp plan directs this type of development to go. Next, when you look at your goals and objectives, new job growth, new industry attraction is riddled all throughout that comp plan, and for good reason. As I put to you before, and as was stated here today by Mr. Congleton, growth creates opportunity for generations to stay in this community. We need the services we have to pay for those services. We pay for them through payroll tax, property tax, insurance premiums. We pay for them through growth. Growth provides jobs. That's what makes people want to stay here. Without those jobs, they're forced to leave. And then what happens to our school system? Then what happens to our community partners, other businesses that don't want to stay here anymore? Again, a generational change like this is a difficult decision, but a very important one. They take the next step, and that's why we look to the comp plan for guidance. Where do we want this future what do we want this future to look like for this community? And I think I would put to you, this is an agreement with the comp plan. This is a wonderful opportunity for this community, and we'd ask for you to support this project. Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments of any commissioners? If not, then I'll open the floor for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion pursuant to KRS Chapter 100 and the testimonies given regarding the proposed plan use change request. I make a motion to approve the land use request from U7 Agriculture to UC5 Industrial based on the evidence that we have heard tonight and has been presented to us. The proposed land use map amendment is in agreement with the adopted comprehensive plan.
Okay. Have a motion to approve. Is there a second to the motion?
Motion, second.
Pardon me?
Second.
He says, motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I do. I've listened for a couple hours to everybody else. I'd like to say a little stuff. We do listen to everything you say, and just for the record, we've been sitting up here for years, and we see the same three people every time because nobody ever comes. So I'm kind of glad you guys are here, even though there's a difference of opinion in here. The state of Kentucky is giving Madison County $20 million because they think that is a good place to take our state dollars for people to want to grow in Madison County. They're going to give us more money, I believe up to maybe $12 million to make this actually happen. I think I've never had anyone give me $32 million, but I'm pretty sure I'd take it. Okay, and I think everybody in here probably would too. They're doing that because they know that, I did not interrupt anyone when they talked, I promise I didn't.
Go ahead, Mary.
I realize that we have other industrial parks in Rockcastle County. I know we have some in Jackson County. I don't want to live in those places. I think everyone here is from Madison County, and they don't want to live there either. I want my children to live here. If I ever have grandchildren, I want your all's grandchildren to live here, and I need them to have jobs. I need them to have money to have fire department. I need them to have stuff. Payroll taxes is huge. If you don't understand how much that means to our county, Worley did give us some information on that. I think it's very important for our country that we start thinking again about made in America. And the way we have to make in America, we have to have property to have manufacturing businesses, or we can't build in America. And I think that's critically important. To all the people that are concerned about us delaying this to let the new people do this next year, I don't even understand that. We are not elected officials. And regardless of who is our judge executive or our magistrates in January, their titles don't stop. So I just want to say I don't understand that. But I do appreciate you coming. I appreciate how you feel. I feel like this is great for Madison County. I think it will be great for decades. And I'm very proud to be able to vote yes on this tonight.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor in a second. If no further discussion, we'll have a vote.
Brian Adams.
Yes.
Bill Buchanan.
Yes.
Shannon Pennington.
Yes.
Doug Fritz.
Yes.
Mary Eipert.
Yes.
Robert Farmer.
Yes. It'll be the recommend.
Thank you all.
It'll be the recommendation of this commission that it goes to the fiscal court for 2 hearings and then their final approval. They have the final say on this project.
Mr. Chairman, I think it'd be appropriate to take probably 5 or 10-minute recess here, let people stretch their legs, and
Yes.
some people maybe that want to leave and not be here for the other presentations do so, and give everybody a chance to run to the restroom. So it is 15 after right now.
Take a 5-minute recess. Those of you who'd like to leave can. So you stretch your legs. Those have been sitting for a couple hours.
We haven't been brought anything that they're going to do, so I can't answer that question. I have no idea.
Good job. You know, I tell you what, if that, you're gonna have all these people.
Sounds like you got a plan. Well, I mean, you heard the numbers, 83%.
Turn them off, turn them back, leave them on.
Folks, can everybody take their seat? We're going to get started back. See if it's on.
You hear me?
I'm gonna have to go get I'm gonna have to turn this air up here in a minute. Have a warm.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start back. Let the record show that we are back in session, and we'll go ahead and have a roll call.
Mary Eipert. Doug Fritz.
Here.
Shannon Pennington.
Here.
Bill Buchanan. Here. Brian Adams. Shannon Renfro.
Here.
Robert Farmer.
Here. Next on our agenda is the land use change for 215 Avawam Drive. Bert, has all the proper notification and
Yes.
application been filed?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gilbert, go ahead.
Chairman, Board, Jerry Gilbert, on behalf of Van Winkle Real Estate Holdings. They've recently purchased 46 acres. in
Jerry,
Boone's
check your mic
Trace.
there. Jerry. There you
Move
go.
up.
Yeah, right in front of your mouth. I don't know.
I got you.
There's gremlins in them tonight.
I got you.
Maybe just mine.
Van Winkle Holdings is wholly owned by Jack Van Winkle, who's here today. Come up, Jack, please.
I'll need to swear him in, Mr. Gilbert. Please state your name and address for the record.
Jack Van Winkle, 125 Wanamaker Boulevard.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Jerry.
This is a zone change from single-family UC1 to multifamily. The purpose of this, Mr. Van Winkle is proposing the villas of Boone's Trace. And this will be an age-restricted development, 55 and over. It is community-based townhouses. It is an appropriate use for this property in Boone's Trace. I'm sure we're all aware of the history of Boone's Trace. It was originally a farm, and it has been developed into high quality homes, starting in 1998. 1999, they built the golf course, the Boone's Trace National Golf Club. It was designed for 800 homes, and approximately 500 have been built at Boone's Trace. Only less than 1% of the building homes are multifamily. This is in agreement with a comprehensive plan in that it provides for a diverse community. Mr. Van Winkle will discuss his plans for the property. You can see that the 46 acres, if it remains single family, you could build approximately 130 homes on it. With this development, with the townhomes, it reduces the number of buildings, it reduces the number of bedrooms. It will not provide the same traffic flow as you would have with single family when you have an age-restricted 55. They're not going to get up at the same time and go to work every morning as you would a regular family home. We'll cut down on the number of cars, we'll cut down on the number of people. Mr. Van Winkle has been working with the Homeowners Association with respect to these plans. They had a meeting last night in which They discussed it, and the board is in favor of it. We have Mr. Mike Oliver here today. He is the chairman of the Homeowner Association, and he'll speak to the benefit and the need for that in this community. So with that, I'll have Mr. Van Winkle come up and discuss his plans with respect to the 55 and older.
Jack Van Winkle. This is a 55-plus retirement community. It'll be a gated entry. It'll have its own clubhouse, pickleball courts, fitness center, its own pool. And by it being a 55-plus, it's going to be less traffic. And it's not going to have any effect on our county school system unless they're very fertile. So anyway, I think we're in pretty good shape there. So that shouldn't be an argument. So, and it's less traffic, much less traffic. If you've got a retired couple, they're not going out every day. 3 or 4 times a day. They're going out maybe 2 or 3 times a week, and when they do, they're not going out at the peak hours. They'll leave at 10, come back at 2 or 3, whatever. They're not going in and out at 7, 8 o'clock every morning. But anyway, it's a nice development, and they're townhomes. They're not cheap townhomes. I mean, they're pricey townhomes. They probably start around $600, $650. And I'm doing another development out there also. It's called Presidential Estates. Those probably going to be $1 million homes. I got 48 lots, and naturally, I'm not going to do anything that's next door to hurt my own self. So anyway, by that being said, I think it's a great opportunity. Thank you.
If I remember right, in Boone's Trace, there's a condo or townhouse or something that's been in existence for 20 years.
Yes, there's a River Run, and the only thing that separates that property and my property is the golf cart path. They join. And it's the same concept, except I have all the amenities. But it's the same concept. We have our own separate HOA. We have 2 HOAs. They'll have their HOA, and then we'll pay the HOA, to Boone's Trace. So, anyway.
So the HOA at Boone's Trace don't have a problem with this?
Not at all. Could I introduce Mike Osborne?
Can I ask you a question before you go?
Yes, ma'am.
It might have been, you said that there was 130 if it was single-family homes?
I could put 130 homes on it, or I got proposed 125 to 128 townhomes.
Okay.
So it would be the same if it was single-family, but it would be more cars, it would be more people.
And no fancy clubhouse?
No fancy nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. So anyway, Mike Osborne.
Sir, please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, Mike Osborne, 172 Glen Eagles Boulevard, Richmond, Kentucky.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
My name's Mike Osborne. I'm the president of the HOA Association for Boone's Trace. And we've been working with Mr. Van Winkle from day one on this project. From our standpoint, he's agreed to follow all guidelines, all of our CCR codes that are consistent throughout the neighborhoods. And we're the largest gated community in Kentucky. So with this development, we've already started plans to add a members or a resident-only entrance to handle the traffic. If this zoning change is approved, then we will move forward to approve Mr. Van Winkle's proposed guidelines that are consistent with our own CCRs and guidelines throughout the neighborhood.
Okay.
I also speak for the Rutherford family who owns the golf course, and they are in favor of this development also.
Okay.
Very familiar.
Would a change
No.
land use change that we're talking about here?
No.
Would it violate, I probably should ask the question.
Yeah.
Just for the record, would it violate any of those codes? Would it be-
No, it would not.
It would be any-
Actually, we, as previously stated, we currently have a townhome development there, and actually, Mr. Van Winkle's guidelines and standards exceed what's been done there, so.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
So to
Is
briefly,
that all your presentation, Mr. Gilbert?
that's my presentation.
Okay. Bert, is anyone signed up?
Nobody signed up for this except Mr. Osborne. You've already heard from him.
Bert, UC two has some similar, I believe, different regulations as far as infrastructure.
As far as infrastructure, yes, sewer requirements for multifamily.
Whether or not this planned land use, this area comports with that, just make sure that's on the record.
Couldn't quite hear the last part of that, Jubal. Whether his plan supports that, there is sewer services.
Not the plans, Bert, because those are, but whether or not this area that is being asked to be the land use change, whether or not it has the infrastructure required for a UC designation.
Sewer is available in Boone's Trace subdivision, yes.
Any other concerns or comments? If not, no one in the audience signed up to address this with any concerns. I'll go ahead and open the floor for a motion.
I make the motion that we approve the land use change for 215 Abelwam Drive from UC1 to UC2 based upon the finding of fact that are presented here this evening.
Okay, have a motion to approve. There's a second to the motion.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, we'll have a vote.
Shannon Renfro. Yes. Mary Eipert.
Yes.
Brian Adams.
Yes.
Doug Fritz.
Yes.
Bill Buchanan. Yes. Shannon Pennington.
Yes.
Robert Farmer.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Van Winkle.
Ready?
Okay, next on our agenda is 2747 Lancaster Road. Bert, is all the proper notification and application been filed?
Yes.
Okay.
Bert, would you be kind enough to click on the subject property and then zoom out just a little bit, please?
This is your property right here, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Isaacs.
Corey Isaacs, Isaacs Law Office, 218 West Main Street. I'm here on behalf of Indigo Run, Inc., along with the current owners, the Parrish Brothers property. This tract is 66 acres and has an address at 2747 Lancaster Road, consisting of the 66 acres. It lays appropriately within the urban corridor, which becomes extremely important. We're requesting a zone change from agricultural to primary residential. Importantly, this property lays within a single mile of Wildcat Drive. Wildcat Drive is the area in which we now have an elementary school, along with 75 residential units, all of which was previously a farm. I think you've been beat over the head with that over the last hour or so. Here, the comprehensive plan, which dictates what we're able to do and provides a guideline for your considerations, state that this area is appropriate for residential use. That is our request. I've provided a copy of a letter from all utilities, which advise this board that electric and water are capable of being provided to this area. Now, the next item on your agenda will be a separate track. However, it's just right across the road. Duncannon Lane cut it off. So there's 4.7 there. and I'll reserve my statements for the next appropriate hearing. However, this area is a mile from an elementary school. It's on a U.S. highway. The comprehensive plan dictates that it is appropriate future use for single-family residents. All utilities have the capability of being offered. I do have 22 plus letters from individuals who are pillars of the community. I will go ahead and submit those now. I have sent those to Mr. Thomas for the purpose of it being accepted. At this point, I will.
Let me just say for the record, though, I did receive those from Mr. Isaacs, but I didn't make them part of the record. I wasn't able to vet those people. They weren't here to be sworn in. They weren't here for the public hearing. So, Mr. Chairman, that'll be your decision if you want to accept those for the record or not. But Mr. Isaacs is correct. He did send those to me.
With that, one of the most, I read every single one of them, and one of the things that stood out to me was that the homes we live in, the bypasses, the highways we drive on to reach those commercial areas were all farmland once. The people that I anticipate will object to this live in areas which were once farmland, and now they enjoy the benefit of a subdivision. My client, Mr. Carr, is exponentially the best example of what development can be. He developed Indigo Run over the span of years, and at no point has there been a failure. The question that's presented to you is whether or not this complies with the rules. Your comprehensive plan dictates that this area shall be used for residential development. That's what it says. It's less than a mile away from an elementary school that is surrounded, quite literally surrounded on both sides by over 70 units of residential housing. Residential housing brings me babies who will become citizens of this county. It brings me families who will participate in sharing the tax burden. This is the absolute most appropriate use for this property. And I'll reserve my arguments as to the commercial use, which is on the other side, for later. However, at this point, if I may, Mr. Commissioner, I would like to swear in Mr. Carr and take some testimony.
Sure.
Please, Jim.
Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Jim Carr, 2404 Lexington Road, Richmond.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Carr, how long have you been a resident of this community, Madison County in particular?
71 years.
How old are you, Mr. Carr?
You're getting awful personal. 71.
Throughout your 71 years, you've developed multiple subdivisions, is that true?
That's true.
Have any of them failed?
No.
In Indigo Run in particular, how long has that taken you?
When I sell, I'm putting the last 8 lots in, and when I get them sold, it'll probably be 29 years.
29 years. So 29 years prior to, you obtained permission from not this board, however, similar situated, to do so.
Yes.
And throughout that entire time, you followed the rules, regulations, and developed it in a way. How many families are there?
211 right now, but it'll be 219 when it's finished.
So the property that we're talking about, the portion of it for which you request to be residential, which would be 2747 Lancaster Road.
Right.
Are you under the impression that utilities are offered, all utilities are offered and are capable of providing the necessary volume for all residents?
Well, there's not sewer, but there's water and electric, and the development will be like Indigo Run. It'll be the same as Indigo Run, same style houses and same price range.
I'm going to show you this. This is a letter from Kentucky Utilities and Bluegrass Energy. One is dated July 10th, the other is July 13th. Both of those indicate that services can and will be provided to that area.
Correct.
You also have a letter from Kirksville Water Association, which indicates that water service is available.
Correct.
Not only water service, but fire service
Fire
as well.
flow, yes.
So everybody in there will receive adequate fire protection? Is that
Yes,
right?
yes,
Also, they'll have the ability to turn their lights on.
yes,
And then they'll also have the ability to turn their shower on.
yes,
So all services are provided or being capable of being provided. Is that
yes,
correct?
yes.
Now, we're going to ignore our next portion of this, and we'll reserve that for later. But there's nothing within this application that does not comply with the comprehensive plan to your knowledge.
No,
You understand that the comprehensive plan dictates that the future use of this tract of land shall be for residential use.
yes.
And that's all the questions I have for him. I'll be happy to answer any questions that the board has.
Did you say in the early part of your presentation that this farm was divided by 52 or new 52 or Duncannon Lane?
Yeah, there's a portion of it, which is the next item on your agenda.
Right, but this was the other half.
One
or-
parcel.
Yeah.
However, Duncan Lane took 4 point so many acres away,
Yeah,
and that lays on the other side of Duncannon.
gotcha, okay,
So it would be appropriate for me to say it was 70 acres.
yeah,
However, now, we don't have that, if that's
Right.
logical.
okay. Is there any questions or comments for any of the commission members? Okay, hearing none. Mr. Thomas, is anybody here?
Sure. We have a few names on the list. Is there an Audrey Arvin here?
And I would request the very
Yes.
short
Yeah,
rebuttal.
we'll let you come back up and have the last word,
Please,
Court.
thank you.
Ms. Arvin? Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and address for the record.
Audrey Arvin, 197 Warren Mill
Yeah.
Road.
No, you need to speak into the mic. Yeah, there you go.
Audrey Arvin, 197 Warren Mill Road.
Okay, so thank you. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
I've been asked to read a letter authored by Attorney Scott Collins that has been submitted to both you, hand-delivered in person, as well as through the comments email that's we have access to. Mr. Collins and our group of neighbors felt it was important for other members of the community to hear some of the highlights and discussion points included in this letter. Because you already have this in your evidence, will you allow me to read an excerpt? I will not read the whole 8 pages that you have on your table.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not much of a public speaker. Again, all Mr. Collins' words. My wife and I own the property surrounded by 20...
Hang on a minute, Robert. We didn't permit this for the last zone change. If this is not her testimony, I don't know that we should take it as testimony.
It's
Do you have an
been
opinion on that?
submitted in your evidence, both hand-delivered, so it's something you have. This is just a
You
highlight
need
of
to
a...
present finding of fact. If there's any fact about the property that you,
Okay, yes, I can skip down to that.
okay.
Kentucky Revised Statute, KRS 100.211, states that only 3 parties...
I don't mean to interrupt you or to be rude. However, I do object to the entirety of this testimony as it's not theirs. I'll leave it at that, though. We're going to make a record.
Okay.
I object to the entirety of this.
Your objection's on the record, Mr. Isaacs.
And
Thank you.
And I didn't mean to interrupt you at all.
Yeah,
I understand.
Go ahead.
I can keep going?
Go ahead.
Okay. So Kentucky Revised Statute, KSR 11.211, KSR 100.211 states that only 3 parties may bring a request for a zoning change. A proposal for a zoning map amendment may originate with the Planning Commission of the unit, with any fiscal court or legislative body which is a member of the unit, or with an owner of the property in question. The current owner of the property is Parrish Brothers LLC, and according to the Secretary of State, Ms. Clara Parrish, of Savannah Drive in Richmond, is the only member of this LLC. The applications are signed by Mr. James Carr, and the application states that he has not purchased the properties, rather that it is simply under contract to do so. The deeds cited show ownership to Ms. Clara Parrish as a member of Parrish Brothers LLC. Mr. Carr does not have standing for this request and must be brought to the property owner, Ms. Parrish. This reason alone is sufficient to necessitate rejection of the application. Any approval will render the commission's actions void and appealable. Failure to deny will harm both the seller and the purchaser. And that is the piece that I would like to share from Mr. Scott Collins.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mark Bogerson.
Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Thank you. My name is Mark Birdwhistle. My address is 2810 Lancaster Road, Richmond.
Okay. You, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Well, good evening, everyone. I've sat back here and listened to a lot of evidence. I've submitted a letter. I'm not going to read my letter for the sake of time, but I do want to talk a little bit about process. Several of our neighbors that you're going to hear from were greatly surprised 2 weeks ago. We got letters, we got signs. We're not necessarily opposed, but we have questions. And we've looked at the plan, we've looked at the comprehensive plan. We want to know what's going to happen. So, I want to register concerns regarding 2747 and 2775. Those are two plots, they signed up separately, but all of our concerns are basically the same. My wife and I own, with her family, 82 acres directly across from this property. We're actively engaged in cattle farming, and until a couple of months ago, these properties also were doing cattle farming. So we would like to request that the commission defer, delay, to allow us to have more time. By profession, I've worked 45 years in public administration. I'm currently the Senior Vice President for Health and Public Policy at the University of Kentucky. Prior to that, I was the Secretary of the Health and Family Services for the Commonwealth of Kentucky for 4 years. So I know public policy. I know process. All we're asking is that the process be followed. This surprise where there's no information about objective data, there's no thoughtful analysis, there's no transparency. We all were running around trying to figure out what the address of 2775 was. We were on our phones Googling to try to see what that address was. So what we're asking, if possible, to give us a little bit more time, to delay, to allow us to understand what is envisioned. Mr. Isaac presented a minute ago, we saw nothing about the size of the properties, 5-acre lots, 1-acre lot. We've looked at the applications. We can't find it in there. So that's what we need to have, is better understanding of what is being considered for these properties. We want thoughtful analysis, and we don't want just to make up or have assumptions. So we've looked at the comprehensive plan. We agree that there are designated areas, but we need to know, how does what's being proposed here comply with that comprehensive plan? We haven't seen it. We don't know what's being proposed. Transportation, I know you've heard a lot about that tonight. We're all concerned about transportation. If you've been down Highway 52, you've seen that intersection at 1295. There's numerous wrecks there, some fatalities, at that caution light that we all look at and drive through every day. So these two properties at 2775 and 2747, compounded with the 200 on Morin Hill Road, that could be 500 acres put into residential. How can that be accommodated in the current infrastructure? We've heard evidence about electricity. We've heard letters about water. There is no sewer. But transportation is huge. Those roads were not meant for 500 or 1,000 more drivers every day. Then you go down the road a bit, you've got the intersection of Highway 52 and Cal East. You get through the first intersection, you don't get killed, and then you got to get to the next one. So both those intersections, we need to see a traffic study. Now, I heard something you said a minute ago. That may come at a later date, but we would like to be a part of what is envisioned there. So in closing, we want to know how existing roads can safely accommodate the increased traffic. Are water and waste systems capable of supporting these additional homes? We don't know how many homes, but we want to know if that will be accommodated. Will there be development of drainage, stormwater, and flooding? How will that be addressed? I think we have the right to know. How will our agricultural operations be impacted? We got cows, like, right across the road. How will that be received in these single-family dwellings? Be fine for us. I'm not sure they're going to be so thrilled about it. So what about emergency services? We worry about emergency and fire living where we do today. You add 500 more houses here, that's even much a bigger concern. So we've got a lot of questions. We think it's your all's responsibility to help us get answers to those questions. I think that's what the comprehensive plan envisioned. And we want, and we would like to push for a comprehensive impact analysis of what's being proposed, and would respectfully request that you all defer until there's more information, defer this application until we all can be better informed. And it's a transparent process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Carol Yeager.
Yes, ma'am. State your address, your name and address, please.
Okay. My name is Margaret Carol Yeager, and I live at 2653 Lancaster Road.
Okay. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I always try to.
Thank you, ma'am.
I will.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. We're so glad to see a farmer on the board. Thank you very much. So my husband, Dorian, and I, who just passed out this Kentucky law that I will refer to in a minute, we retired back to the family farm in 2015. It's been in my family since the 1940s. Farmed first by my grandfather and then by my parents. We continue this generational farming tradition and preserve this farmland by leasing it to a farmer right now who raises cattle and hay. And I'll add that we have younger generations, about a 17-year-old relative in our family that is interested in becoming a farmer. He's already a farmer, but he is interested in continuing the family tradition. He spoke to us about helping him out one of these days. So we'd like to keep that traditional family farm. As we all know, beef has got to come from someplace. And we have beef on our farm now, as most of the people that will talk to you tonight. Okay, this land is not simply property to us, it's our family's legacy. That is why we are deeply concerned about the rapid conversion of Madison County's prime agricultural land. Today, I'd like to make one key point and resulting request that affects every zone change before you today, and also share one example of evidence. Now, since all the next properties are within a half a mile of our house, then I'm speaking to a group, not just the present 2474. Okay. The key point is that the unprecedented number of zone changes on the agenda tonight. The commission is being asked to consider 6 zone changes. Now, we've all been here for how long? Close to 2 hours? I think it's about close to 2 hours. As a teacher, I was told that, and I can't remember exactly that quote, but the mind can only handle what the seat can endure. So some of you have been sitting down a very long time. Okay, 4 of the affected properties, 2747 Lancaster Road, 2401 Duncannon Road, 2475 Lancaster Road, and 200 Moore Mill Road are all around our property and are within approximately 1/2 mile of one another. Together, these proposals could change the character of hundreds of acres and permanently affect surrounding farms, roads, drainage, traffic, and public services. 6 zone changes are simply too many for one meeting for each to get the proper consideration. Neither commissioners nor affected landowners can reasonably examine all the facts, testimonies, long-term consequences of each application under this kind of schedule. Actually, since we've been given notice, it's been kind of a round-the-clock issue with some of us trying to understand what's going on. We've already uncovered a number of issues which render more than one of tonight's applications non-compliant, perhaps resulting from this rushed time frame. We've just all been too rushed. For time's sake, I'll share just one example. For the application for the 350 acres at 200 Moore Mill, I initially received a notice that used the wrong address. Now, I submitted this earlier. I guess it went to Mr. Thomas. They were put on the comments email that.
Again, Ms. Shaker, if those people aren't here, those emails were not
Some
part
of
the
them
record.
are. Some of them are here.
Yeah, I
They can be
understand
sworn
that.
in.
And that will be part of the record, yes.
Okay, actually, most of them are. Okay, I initially received a notice that used the wrong address for the property, which is the subject of that zone change request. The planning officer later confirmed, I made a call as soon as I got the letter to the number on the letter. So the planning officer later confirmed the information was not correct and that a corrected letter would be sent. I have since learned that neighboring landowners also received a similar incorrect notice, and actually I went around and gathered all of them. So this is all about the Moore Mill property. What happened, that these letters were actually dated they were dated to be sent on the 7th. When we received them, which wasn't the 7th, which was the 8th, some cases the 8th, they are certified letters. But we received, the 2 we received were in the mail. And actually all for the other properties, what we received came through the mail, but they are certified. Okay, KRS 100.212 requires notice to adjoining property owners at least 14 days before the hearing, and you all have that law in front of you. Let's see. These letters have been submitted to the planning office, and I have copies with me tonight. Actually, I've got the original. You've got the copies. This is not a harmless technicality. Accurate and timely notice is what gives adjoining owners a meaningful opportunity to investigate an application, obtain advice, prepare evidence. I respectfully ask a commissioner to make the following motion. I move that the commission continue the Moore Mill Road application and all the remaining zoning map amendments hearing on tonight's agenda to later dates, with proper notice provided and scheduled no more than 2 zone change hearings at any one meeting time. Remember the seat? Okay, please give these applications and families whose land will be affected the careful consideration they deserve. Once farmland is rezoned and developed, that decision cannot be undone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it.
That's all? Okay. Any of the commission members have any questions? Mr. Isaacs, if you want to,
We'll let Corey come back up.
The, oh, boy,
I
I
was
have,
advised Jubal, if we can we take the testimony that lady gave, the first lady, as under consideration?
What I heard her do was I don't hear everything. You talk about the lady who decided her argument or her regarding the statute regarding
Owners.
the ownership. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, the one that he objected to.
Yeah.
We can take that as,
You heard her testify.
okay.
But that was, she read the letter from Mr. Collins.
Mr. Isaac, if you don't care, could you clarify your objection?
Initial hearing, and if you heard it, you could take it under consideration.
Okay.
Okay. Could you go ahead and clear up your
It's hearsay,
objection?
but there's a lot of other stuff that's hearsay too.
My objection, just for the record, is very clear. She read a letter from her counsel who failed to appear and did not provide a reason why he did not appear. Just making a record.
Okay. Okay.
And if I may,
Yeah.
please,
You may want to raise that mic up just a little bit. So, yeah, yeah.
if I may, I want to clarify just a couple very, very small issues. So the legal owner to the property is Parrish Brothers Property. It is currently under contract with Indigo Run, Inc. I will ask Ms. Claire Parrish, as the member of the LLC, who is the current owner of record, to come in and be sworn. Ms. Parrish, if you may.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Clara Parrish, 318 Savannah Drive, Richmond, Kentucky.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead, Mr. Isaac.
Thank you. Ms. Parrish, you are a interest holder in Parrish Brothers Properties, and you help manage that entity.
That is correct.
That entity owns the real property at 2747 Lancaster Road, correct?
That's true.
And have you agreed to sell this property to a third party?
You mean to Mr. Carr?
Mr. Carr? Yes, I do.
Yes, I have.
And do you support the zone change?
Of course.
How long has it been in your family?
Back to my great, 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 great grandmother and grandfather.
Well,
I think I've got it right on the grades.
Well, that's plenty long enough. You don't actively engage in farming
No, I do
activities.
not. No, I don't.
You believe that this property would be well-suited for a single-family residence, right? For many people, a bunch of babies, a bunch of families.
Well, I feel that this property, I'm prejudiced, is very beautiful the way it lays.
Mhm.
And I think it would benefit a lot of families, not in the hundreds. I know it'll be attractively done,
What do you mean by attractively done?
because Jim Carr is going to develop it.
What does that mean? You
Well,
think he does a good job?
I think he does a great job.
Do you have any reason to believe that he does a fine job?
That he does a fine job?
Correct.
I do. Look at his homes at Indigo Run,
And they took
Berkeley Hall.
many years to develop. So
I-
nothing happens at once. Is that your understanding
That's
as
right.
well? And this is your farm. This is your family. You've got blood in that farm, right?
I sure do.
And you support this change. You believe it's appropriate.
Well, yes.
Any more questions for her? If the board wishes to ask
No.
questions.
Any more questions or comments from Ms. Parrish? Okay, thank you.
And as she's excused, I do wish to, you can go ahead and sit down. I do wish to address a couple more issues. The comprehensive plan was amended to establish the urban corridor on purpose. Wasn't an accident. The scenario of amending that corridor and establishing a rule and an objective to focus in the area of Duncannon for future growth was not an accident. It was a directive. It was not a suggestion. It is a directive. Here, the urban corridor boundary was modified where new development was most likely to occur based on numbers, real events, happenings. Here, it's very clear, based on the comprehensive plan, which is our directive, that the zone change requested complies with the comprehensive plan as to use and location. And it's very difficult for me to accept an argument otherwise. It's extremely clear. The comprehensive plan draws the urban corridor. This property is within that urban corridor, and the comprehensive plan directs that this body, this governing body, looks at and then determines if it does apply to the area. Here, there's no way to ignore the fact that it does. Those are absolutes. There are very few absolutes in this world. The location, the size, and what the comprehensive plan is an absolute. I ask that you approve the zone change, and then again, I will reserve my argument for the what's across the road for a later time.
Any questions or comments for
Yeah,
Mr. Isaacs?
Mr. Isaacs, is Indigo Run or Parrish Brothers the property owner?
So right now,
If I could, the statute does require the application, as it relates to us today, be filed by an owner of the property. It doesn't describe what it means by owner, other than it says owner. I think the testimony has been here that Indigo Run has a contract on this property. When there is a legal contract for real estate, what that does is separates ownership between the legal owners, which appears to remain the Parrish Brothers, and the equitable owner, which would be the contracting party, the person who has a right to buy that property. So I would tell you that Indigo Run would qualify, unless it's defined otherwise in the statute, which it isn't, as an owner of this property, since they have equitable ownership in the property. Just I wanted to make sure that that point was addressed. I think it's a fair enough point to raise, but I think especially where Mr. Isaacs has had representative from Parrish Brothers come in and testify that there is in fact a contract for the property, it's a legal contract separating that ownership, and also that they have notice of this and in fact support the land use amendment. So if that addresses that question,
Thank you.
might be helpful.
Go ahead, Mr. Court. Mr. Isaacs. Oh, do you have a question?
Oh, he wants you to explain who the audience.
For the what? Yeah. Oh, those of you that don't know, Mr. Jubal is our attorney. That's why we keep referring to him. So for questions or comments.
And if I may, I will direct the attention to the application, which states Indigo Run as the applicant / Parrish Brothers LLC.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll open the floor for a motion.
I make a motion that we grant the land use change for 2747 Lancaster Road from UC 7 to UC 1, based upon the finding of facts and the testimony that's been presented here this evening.
Okay, have a motion to approve. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, we'll have a vote.
Shannon Renfro,
Yes.
Mary Eipert,
Yes.
Doug Fritz,
Yes.
Brian Adams,
Yes.
Bill Buchanan,
Yes.
Shannon Pennington,
Yes.
Robert Farmer.
Yes. It'll be the recommendation of the commission then that this go to the fiscal court for approval.
Oh, this is
I want to say something about this too.
Go
You
ahead,
know,
Mr. Fritz.
we're taking this to the fiscal court, and they're the ones going to approve it. Some of the questions you all have asked about this are going to come up again here when it comes before planning again, and about drainage, about all this other stuff. And when that happens, that's when you need to be here to ask your questions and to bring up things that you want to. Because when the planning goes into place, that's when you have an opportunity to say something. And when it's voted on, you all have representatives that you have to get out there and tell them what you want. That's the way it works.
Okay. Next on our agenda is land use change 2401 Duncannon Lane. Mr. Isaacs.
Again, Corey Isaacs, Isaacs Law Office, 218 West Main Street. I represent the petitioners in this matter, which would be Indigo Run, Inc., along with the Parrish Brothers Properties. This piece of property, thank you, Mr. Thomas. This piece of property was cut off from the prior subject property by the virtue of Duncan Lane. By Duncan Lane coming through and then widening, of course, we end up with a 4.6 acres, which is less than what the district development standards are for agricultural property of 5 acres. Ultimately, the portion here can only be used as zoned for agricultural purposes, which means you can only put a single-family dwelling on it. This property is within 2 miles of 100 gas pumps. We know it as Buc-ee's.
Yeah.
And it's 100 of them. And you certainly see the development as it comes. More importantly, again, I direct everyone's content and focus to the comprehensive plan. And the comprehensive plan in this matter is extremely focused. This is a mixed-use zone. To allow for flexibility for higher density growth, such as commercial or mixed use of commercial and residential. It lacks the 5 acres to be agricultural. However, the comprehensive plan dictates that growth, particularly growth in the manner of commercial, shall occur along this area. It's very particular about this road on purpose. You know, again, nothing is done with an accident. The work that goes into the comprehensive plan is not minuscule. It's not duplicative. It is on purpose, and it directs that this area shall be used for the mixed purpose. It is right next to I-75. Again, it's within the 2 miles of the 100 gas pumps. For me, this one seems very simple. The area cannot be used for anything else. It cannot be agricultural. Right now, the current zone does not comply. Right now, it cannot be used for agricultural purposes. That's an absolute. However, the comprehensive plan and the future map in particular dictate that this area shall be a mixed use, which is one of the more expansive dedications within the comprehensive plan. It shall be used for mixed use. It's not a may, it shall. That, to me, dictates that this area is appropriate for the requested zone change. I'll again call Mr. Carr, and we'll take some testimony, if I may, Mr. Commissioner, or Mr. Chairman, I should say.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Jim Carr, 2404 Lexington Road, Richmond.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Carr, the area that we've identified on the map, as far as you can see there, that currently has an address of 2401 Duncan Lane.
Correct.
You helped me obtain that address, didn't you?
I did.
It did not have an address prior to this.
No, it didn't.
Was it being used for anything whatsoever?
No.
Was it being mowed?
I think so.
You think so, kinda? Let the record reflect Ms. Parrish was not mowing the property. However, here you are within 2 miles from the intersection on I-75.
Correct.
You do not have 5 acres, which would be required for agricultural uses.
Correct.
Throwing all the rules out the window, that tract of land as it lays, can you use it for agricultural purposes?
No.
Have you ever had any property used for agricultural?
Yes.
How many acres? Hundreds?
Yes.
You know farming?
Yes.
Can you farm that triangle on the screen there?
No.
What are you requesting? A general business use?
Yes.
You believe that it's within the urban corridor?
I do.
You also believe that the comprehensive plan dictates that this area in particular shall be used for a mixed use?
I do.
I have no further questions. Do you have questions for Mr. Carr?
Okay. No, I don't. Anybody?
If I may at this time, call Ms. Parrish back up to establish the ownership.
Sure. let the record show that she's already been sworn in. She won't have to do that again. Go ahead, Ms. Parrish.
Ms. Parrish, that little triangle that's on that screen there, is that owned by Parrish Brothers?
It is.
And you were a member of that company?
I am.
And you believe that Mr. Carr here has a contract to purchase that?
I do.
And you joined the application for this zone change and the zone change prior to?
Yes.
You also support said zone change?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. That's all I have.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Isaacs?
I will reserve right for rebuttal if I may.
Okay. Bert, have anybody here?
Got one, Dorian Yeager.
Yes, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Dorian Yeager, 2653 Lancaster Road.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
I've been conserving my battery. It's a long meeting. Okay. Thank you, board members. I'll try to stay focused and clear. I have just 3 points to make. First, I would like to give my understanding of past and present zoning philosophy and suggest a need for a new approach. Second, I would like to speak to aesthetics and offer some praise where it's richly deserved. Finally, I want to point out how those aesthetics can be irretrievably lost. For the issue of philosophy, it seems to me we have recently, and probably for much of the past, operated under the rationale of the reasonable sounding rule that with a few reservations, people ought to be allowed to do anything they desire with the property they own. This worked reasonably well for a long time. But in the last few years, we've been faced with radical changes to the nature of our county. And as a property owner, I'm forced to grudgingly admit that this approach is outdated and should change. Instead of steady, well-considered development, which takes into account the various ramifications of that development, we've seen hasty multi-site construction. The number of acres converted from agricultural to business and residential zoning has literally mushroomed. Secondly, the aesthetics point. I would like to commend the Kentucky Department of Transportation for completing the Duncannon Road and US 52 connector in a marvelous way. I don't agree with everything they did, but they have left us with a beautiful vista that really shows off our marvelous farmland and natural features. This vista is largely uninterrupted from Peyton Town to Paint Lick. This brings up the third point. Now imagine this vista covered with an ever-increasing number of businesses, houses, subdivisions, and apartment complexes. I do not have to describe what that would look like. You have seen it with your own eyes on Kentucky 52 East, US 25, 595, Barnesville Road, and practically everywhere else in this county. This is going to be one of the most visible parts of our county. Why should we spoil its attractiveness? As for the rezoning of 2401 Duncannon Lane to UC5 Industrial, I see the arguments. It's agricultural, though. I'm sure it's grandfathered in. It has that zoning. If it were to apply for that zoning today, it would be denied, clearly. But my point is, this rezoning will be the first step in the process of changing the major crop along our beautiful connector road from cattle to concrete. Cattle and residences, cattle and businesses do not mix well. Because of widespread misunderstandings with those who are just passing through or do not have enough of a farm background to be sensitive to proper ways of interacting with cattle, liability concerns may cost farmers their livelihood and will certainly increase their overhead because of astronomical insurance premiums. A lot's been said about the county plan. I would say that the goals are in contradiction if we do this. You've got urban corridor. But on page 76 of the 2021 county plan, goal number 7 asks that scenic corridors be protected. Where is there such a corridor except Duncannon Lane? I respectfully request a motion to deny the rezoning of Duncannon Lane. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any more on the list, Mr. Thomas?
That's all the list, yes.
Any comments or?
Mr. Chairman, very briefly, one thing that was said was that if agricultural zone would be requested today, it would be denied. And I think that should echo, because it would be. Because the comprehensive plan, the current zone, does not apply to this 4-acre tract of land that got cut off. That is an extraordinarily important statement. If I came before this commission today and said, can I make this tract agricultural because it wasn't before, you would and should tell me no. That, I believe, is an outstanding statement. It's an outstanding thought. I will again refer back to the prior documents that I've omitted, which do apply to this section of this property as well, that water and electric services can and will be provided. And to that extent, I rest. I thank you all for your time.
And you are asking for neighborhood commercial,
Yes.
General commercial.
General.
not industrial.
Correct. Oh,
All
no.
right.
No,
I think
no,
that was
it's
a
not.
misstatement by Mr. Yeager. Yes, this is for general business, UC4.
No, not industrial whatsoever, no. And if that was a part of the application, that was
It was, and I
inadvertent.
think it was a misstatement by one of the commenters, but
No,
no, this
we have-
application is for general commercial.
General commercial,
Right.
general commercial is the only thing we can do with that. That's what we're asking for.
UC4.
Okay. Any questions or comments from Mr. Isaacs? Okay. If not, then I'll open floor for a motion.
I make a motion pursuant to KRS Chapter 100 and the testimonies given regarding the proposed land use. Strange request that I make a motion to approve the land use requested from UC agricultural to UC4 commercial, based on the evidence that the existing zone is inappropriate because it's less than 5 acres and it's agricultural, and the fact that it goes completely along with the comprehensive plan.
Okay. Have a motion approved. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, we'll have a vote.
Shannon Pennington,
Yes.
Bill Buchanan,
Yes.
Brian Adams.
Yes.
Shannon Renfro,
Yes.
Mary Eipert,
Yes.
Doug Fritz,
Yes.
Robert Farmer.
Yes. Okay, it'll be the recommendation of this commission that it will be approved by the, for approval by the fiscal court. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, let's take one more break, and then we'll finish strong here, about 5 or 10 minutes. Let's try to keep it closer to 10 than 15.
Mr. Chairman, if I may be excused, and thank you all so much for your efforts and energy. These are hard days. Thank you.
Let the record show we're back in session, and our next order of business is a land use change for 2775 Lancaster Road. Bert, has a proper notification and application been filed?
Yes.
Are they out?
I'm sorry? I think we're waiting on Mr. Worley.
Where'd he go? Oh,
Let's see if I can round him up. Okay. There's probably a line out there.
Mr. Worley.
What were you doing out there?
You're not politicking, are you?
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Mr. Worley.
Thank you. For the record, Preston Worley on behalf of the applicant, Berea Property Development LLC. And I think this is 45.64 plus or minus acres that has been given the designation of 2775 Lancaster Road. Currently, the property is zoned UC7 agriculture, looking to zone it UC1 single-family residential. We got Mr. Pat Sowers here, is the principal of Berea Property Development LLC. Let him tell you a little bit about himself, his development, and what he envisions for this property.
Okay,
Pat?
please state your name and address for the record.
Patrick Sowers, 520 Farmington Court, Richmond, Kentucky.
Could you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr.
So, we bought this property, my wife and I, about, I don't know, maybe within the last year. And we bought it from the Gibson family. The Duncannon Lane divided the farm. They agreed to sell this portion off to me. Before I bought it, Mr. Gibson had subdivided a couple, approximately 5-acre tracts on the corner. So originally we bought 56 acres. The 2 5-acre tracts have been sold off, and we were looking at, we'd like to put a road in, and then the exact design, we haven't decided. We're kind of waiting on we get approval. I think we're showing about 6 lots and then possibly a 10-acre tract that sits over by itself. And mostly to get to the top of the hill where we'd like to build our own home. We reserve the option to go ahead and if we want to future subdivide it, we would. But the goal was to put in kind of a first phase and get to the top of the hill. And as the water and electric and all are there. Some construction has started on the 5-acre tract on one of them, just adjacent south of us, and that's about it. It's a beautiful view. We like it. Like the access with Duncannon Lane. It has an entrance off Duncannon Lane, the 4-lane highway, and it also has one off of Lancaster Road that's already pre-approved by the state. So that should address any traffic concerns. I noticed we had some concerns about the intersections, and my comment to that would be, go down Duncannon Lane, there's no intersections. So that's all I got.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Sowers. And so I think you all have probably put together from the overhead that Bert's put up that this property is directly below the property that was just zoned single family. And so this is kind of just, I think, an appropriate continuation of development in that corridor. I would put to you that this property is entirely inside your urban corridor. And it is, you're seeking the lowest density that your urban corridor would provide. So this is a pretty modest development, and I think what Mr. Sowers says, he hopes to make this incredibly modest for his own interest, but even in the future, given some of the things you just talked about in the previous zone change, if sewer's not brought to the property, then you're even at your lowest density, then your lowest intense use, you go to your lowest dense development if it doesn't have sewer, because then you'd have to put septic and single 1-acre lots. So again, this is a very modest extension of what is already there and already has been approved. The only thing I would point out, and this really goes a little bit more to my next item on the agenda for you, but I'll put to it, because Mr. Isaacs addressed quite a lot about this area and about the need for, about housing and what these single-family subdivisions do for us. I would just put to you also, your comprehensive plan points out a housing need and shortage in the community. And then the Kentucky Housing Corporation recently posted a study that says that Madison County, as of 2024, is short 2,578 housing units. And by 2029, as the county grows, as we hope it will, that number could increase to 6,723. Again, the next zone change that I'm going to talk to you about is a little bit more dense and goes a little bit more to those figures, but any housing in the community is appropriate, particularly as you work down a corridor that has developed significantly with Duncannon and as we move down Lancaster, but then starts to transition into our more rural areas. So a small, modest, single-family subdivision would be in agreement with your comprehensive plan. We'd ask for your approval. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Also, I do have a letter from the Kirksville Water Association saying that they have capacity for fire flow and for household service on this property as well.
Is there any questions or comments from Mr. Worley? Do I understand Mr. Sayers say that there's 2 5-acre tract, I guess agriculture tracts taken off of the original farm? Let the record show that he has been sworn in. Go ahead, Mr. Sayers.
Mr. Gibson, prior to me buying that, he cut those tracks off, and I purchased them and resold them, more or less. They were part of the group, but I didn't personally do it, no.
Yeah, okay,
Mr. Gibson did prior to me.
okay.
Robert, I got a quick question.
Yeah.
In Exhibit C, the legal justification, the second paragraph there, it talks about, it looks like it's maybe a carryover from a previous one, but it talks about it lacks the 5 acres established by,
Yeah, I tore it now. That probably goes with one Corey does, don't it?
I don't know, that's what I'm asking.
I think it does. I thought it,
Exhibit C?
Yeah.
I don't know that I have an
It
Exhibit
was
C.
stapled wrong.
Is this the wrong packet,
Yeah, they may have
maybe?
stapled it to the wrong
I pulled
packet.
mine out because I think that went to the Duncan.
yeah, in that packet, it's got the finding of fact for the 4.75.
Yeah,
that's not it.
for this particular
Yeah.
one, I have not submitted
There's a lot of
proposed findings of
commercial.
fact. I put my findings in the body of the
This
application.
one here goes with the previous one.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd answer any question you have on it, but I don't know.
No
don't know
further
what it is.
questions.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, Burns, anyone?
We have a few on the list. I just want to remind people, it's getting to be late. We've been generous with our timekeeping. We're going to get to everybody, and everybody's going to get to comment, but just please keep that in mind as you're making your comments as we try to wrap things up tonight. First name on the list is Nick Markham.
Yes, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Nick Markham, 714 Moran Summit Road.
Okay, thank you, sir. Please raise your right hand.
That's not necessary. I'm going to withdraw my request to speak,
Okay.
and I'll hold my presentation for the fiscal court at a later date.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Bird, you have another one?
Yep, Carol Yeager.
Yes, ma'am. Please state your name and address for the record.
Margaret Carol Yeager, 2653 Lancaster Road, and I think rather than withdraw,
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the
I did
truth.
the last time, I will this time.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so as I stated before, we haven't had a lot of time to prepare for this because in some cases, our letters were only received on the 8th or the 9th, which didn't give us that even 14 days notice. So we've done the best we can. As of just this afternoon, we printed off the comprehensive plan. We brought it with us. I've been reading it as I sit there, and sometimes what I'm reading does not jive So I'd like to ask a question, if I may. What comprehensive plan is being used? Is it this 2021 from, that was done for the county in 2021? I know another one is up that's presently being put together, but I can't find some of the things in this plan as I'm sitting here, and I haven't had much time to prepare. But I'm trying to look for these things, and I can't find them. So am I allowed to ask that question, or?
Michelle, you can ask a question. It'll be up to the applicant whether he wants to respond to that.
Okay. Then also, again, since we haven't had by law, the law I passed out, that the ones that got the Moore Mill letters, we didn't get them on time, and the initial letter that we got was incorrectly addressed. The property owner was incorrect. By law, is that worthy enough to give us more time and allow us more time to look at this issue, including finding
Michelle,
out
it's our
more?
position that we've met the public advertising requirements. Mr. Worley can address that if he likes, but it's our position we have. If you want to dispute that at some point in the future, that's certainly your right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Worley, you want to address? Do you have anyone else?
We have three more. Mark Birdwhistle.
Okay.
Thank you. Martha.
Record show, he's already testified. Yes, state your name and address for the record.
I'm Martha Maggard Birdwhistle. I live at 2810 Lancaster Road.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name, again, is Martha Maggard Birdwhistle, and Mr. Sauer, I'm happy to meet you. We were the ones who tried to buy some of the property, and you wouldn't sell it to us for the price we ask. That's exactly right, even though it was a very twice what you paid for it price. My husband and I moved here in 2011 after we inherited 3 farms here in Madison County. My Maggard family roots run very deep. My grandparents, I.D. and Martha Maggard, used to live in that beautiful big antebellum home in the corner, in the curve of Big Hill Avenue, and they ran the Twins Motel. I had Bruce Maggard, my uncle, Buster Maggard, Ruby Maggard, Lois Dundon, Joyce Edwards. Joyce Edwards is my only living aunt right now from that family. But as my father did and his father did, when we moved here, we continue, even though Mark works at UK, to raise cattle on our farm. And we raise beef cattle, and of course, we do not know how to do that. So we have a farm manager who is amazing. His name is Jerry York, and he raises our cattle. We, as I said, our roots run deep, and we didn't move here because we wanted to develop land. We moved here because we wanted to care for our land. And I can tell you that we renovated our house, and there it is, where the big lake is right there. That's our house. And we renovated that house. It didn't even have a septic tank. And we love it. We love the sunset, and we actually love the sunrises as well. And so we are just sad that things might be changing in the front of our house because it's just a beautiful place. And as you know, Madison County is a beautiful county, and Lancaster Road is a beautiful road. It winds through working farms and rolling hills on the way to Garrett County. Now, if the comprehensive plan says that preserving our farmland and rural character is one of Madison County's priorities, then this seems exactly the kind of place that we want to protect. Madison County is also known as one of the top beef producing counties, And we're proud to be a small part of that. But sometimes cows and neighbors don't always mix. The smells and other things aren't the most wonderful things to have right next door to you. The reason so many people choose to live on Lancaster Road is its beauty. It's peaceful and quiet, and the feeling that you're just in the wonderful open countryside. Our daughter lived in Texas for a little while, and now she's back and lives in Louisville. And every time she comes to visit, the minute the sun starts to set, she runs to the fence to take pictures because it's so pretty. I know Madison County will continue to grow, and growth is important, but somewhere we have to decide that some farmland is worth saving. If not here, then where? I thank you so much, but I want to add one more thing. When this all started in April or maybe March, this was all, the farms across from us were working farms. There were cattle on those farms. So they have not been just sitting there. And we noticed that the cattle were gone, and I called Reagan Taylor. I said, Reagan, I'm really concerned. This plot across from me has just sold. They have developed, they have put 2 5-acre lots. We've looked up the information, and he led me to believe that 2 5-acre lots was all that could happen. And I'm not going to say anything that he said was incorrect or what, but we were led to believe not to worry that anything else was going to happen. So I appreciate your listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Thomas, is there any more?
We got one more, Joanna Jones. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's all.
Okay. Any questions or comments any of the commission members have?
No.
Okay, Mr. Worley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the only item to address is I think Mr. Thomas is correct that public notice was adequately given for the meeting. I think the only item is, yes, the comprehensive plan absolutely says that Madison County has a rural heritage and should protect rural and farmland, and that's 100% true. But the establishment of the urban corridor and the rural corridors have dictated where we would like to see that go. And the urban corridor has been established in your comp plan as a place suited for more development, and particularly the goals and objectives says to encourage residential development in areas that provide adequate infrastructure, which we've already determined this particular actual point can do that throughout the evening. So this is your least intense use within your urban corridor, which is then, of course, respectful to the remaining area. So thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Worley. Any other comment, concern? If not, I'll open the floor for a motion.
I'll make the motion that we approve the 775 Lancaster Road zone change from UC 7 to UC 1 based upon the finding of facts presented here this evening, the testimony.
Okay, have a motion to approve. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, we'll have a vote.
Shannon Renfro.
Yes.
Brian Adams.
Yes.
Mary Eipert.
Yes.
Bill Buchanan.
Yes.
Doug Fritz.
Yes.
Shannon Pennington.
Yes.
Robert Farmer.
Yes. It'll be the recommendation of the commission that the fiscal court approve this zone change. Next on our agenda is the land use change for 200 Moore and Mill Road. Where's the proper notification and
Yes.
application been filed?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Preston Worley on behalf of the applicant, Elk Garden LLC. The principal of Elk Garden LLC is a Mr. Mac Cox, who cannot be here tonight, but authorized me as his attorney to file this application and proceed with him. He is under contract with the Taylor family, who are here with me tonight, to discuss their thoughts on the property should they purchase it from Mr. Cox, though I can tell you that the comments that I'm going to make about the viability of this zone change and its appropriateness and the intentions of the property owners are the representations of Mr. Cox and his family and their family LLC, Elk Garden, the same as they are Mr. Taylor. This is, in the application, I pulled just off of what the PVA had, around 350 plus or minus acres. I think surveyed it maybe 347, right around there. We are proposing to zone this UC1 for single-family lots. And the concept that we've sent as part of this application shows 400 housing unit lots, but that would, of course, be contingent upon sewer continuing to come to that property, as is the plan of North Madison County Sanitary District. If the sewer does not come there, it could not be divided that densely. And so with your UC1 zone, a development plan would have to come back to you with septic and larger lots. But I have with me, Mr. Taylor, if you'd come introduce yourself.
Need your name and address for the record.
Caden Taylor, 1735 Curtis Pike.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Worley.
So, Mr. Taylor, would you, your family is in both the farming and development business, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then in the development business, you all have built single-family and multifamily properties in this community?
That is correct.
And when you look at this particular property, given its contours and its ability, do you see it suitable for single-family development?
I do.
If there's anything, would you like to add anything in particular about your all's thoughts or plans with the property?
Well, I'm here with my father, Eric Taylor, who's been a farmer his entire life, and we do plan on farming this property, but we would like to develop it. We want to get it zoned for a single-family residential development with low density.
And when you say that you are farmers and you will farm the property, but that is, you intend to work with the sanitation district to get sewer to the property to where then you could put a single-family subdivision in it that's a little more dense, is that right?
Yes.
But should sewer not come in the future, you would still develop it, but just a much less dense development, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So this particular piece of property, this is a little bit further away from what the two pieces that we've just discussed there on Lancaster Road, but really truly still in the same corridor. And this corridor continues to grow, basically a lot from Duncannon, to be appropriate for more development. This property is almost entirely in the urban corridor. There's a very small piece to the top of the property where the urban corridor cuts it off. And so I would put to you there that while we would state that this is in agreement with the comprehensive plan, there's a little bit of an inappropriate zoning because it's agriculture in the urban corridor, so it should be zoned something for development. And we need to shore up our urban corridor lines. When we cut a parcel in half, not in half, it's really about 90-10. So I would put to you that this is materially and almost entirely in the urban corridor, and I believe it's been the practice of this body in the past, when that's the case and zoning is appropriate, then to just adjust that urban corridor to take in the entirety of the property. And then this would not be a situation, oh, I'm sorry, Bert, go ahead.
No, I just want to speak to that just a little bit, just to, some of these planning commission members might not be familiar with how that process works. So and Robert, you'll remember this, the original zoning of the county was not done on a parcel by parcel basis, right? It was done based on areas and the way those areas were being used and the vision for how those areas might be used in the future. It's very similar with the urban corridor boundary. It wasn't drawn parcel by parcel. It was kind of a 50,000-foot view of this is the general area. So when you see a piece of property like this, that's the reason that it doesn't follow the property line boundary, because it would have been very time-consuming, prohibitive to the planning commission to try to draw that line and follow every parcel boundary for the entirety of that urban corridor for the entirety of the whole county. So that's why there's a little bit of discrepancy here. I don't think it was ever the intent to make part of the same, as Mr. Worley said, part of the same piece of property have two different zoning designations. That's, as he said, that's never a good idea. So this proposal would clean that up, and it would take it from basically having two zoning designations now and bring it into one zoning designation.
Bert, could you show us that on
Yeah.
the overlay, please?
So the yellow line here, if you can see my cursor, is the current, I would say, western boundary of the urban corridor, and the eastern boundary is way over across on the other end of the county. But it just so happens that boundary it just happened to be drawn there. If you can see down here below, it actually goes out Moore Mill Road quite a bit, and that's where it happened to turn, right there on this property.
Yeah, so on the more southern piece below, that is still within the urban services boundary or urban corridor, as Bert mentions. That keeps going, but to the north of that line.
A portion of it is.
Yeah.
You still got you've got a little section here that's technically out of it.
Yeah, I guess I was trying to say, as you go on down Moore Mill Road there, then
Yeah, to the south of Moore Mill, yes, all that is in urban
the
corridor.
south is still in the urban corridor.
Correct.
To the north, after you get past this property, it's in the rural corridor. So this property is currently split zoned R7 R7 and UC7.
That's correct.
And so a split zoning is generally not desirable within your zoning ordinances. And I would say that because the majority of your urban corridor does cover the property, this is urban in nature and should be the UC1. In my proposed findings of fact, I talk about how this is kind of the ideal way to respect and transition. You're still in the urban corridor, but you're looking to develop in the least intense zoning that you have. And while they would like to do it a little more intensely if they get sewer, that also is what your comprehensive plan calls for. It calls to encourage residential development in areas to provide adequate infrastructure like sewer, water, electric. We've established that water and electric, that the electric is in this area. I have here with me a letter from the Kirksville Water Association that says that there would be water capacity for the proposed project, both fire and household use. And then I also have a letter here from the North Madison County Sanitation District that states that they have been in contact with the Taylors and the property owners, and that their public sewer will be available for the development of 400 lots. The answer is yes to that question, as the process of constructing a treatment plant and other infrastructure as needed in the area. So their intention is to come that way, and now it may require the developer to help contribute to that, to get it that way, but the sanitation district is already intended to come that way, which would allow for the more intense development. Again, though, as Mr. Farmer, you've pointed out a couple times tonight, and so have you, Mr. Fritz, those sort of exactly how many lots, exactly the layout, all that sort of stuff, that comes back to you at the site plan and development plan phase. At this phase, is this an appropriate zone? And so I would say that because we want to encourage single-family development where adequate infrastructure exists, because this is in the urban corridor, and because it has an opportunity to further that infrastructure in the future, and also because of, as stated in your comp plan, and again by Kentucky Housing Corporation, there's a housing shortage of 2,578 units in Madison County, and by 2029, 6,723 units. So we need those rooftops to house our residents now, and we need them to house those in the future. And this obviously is become a popular area for people, but this is a good, easy transition from more urban development, very low density, very low intensity, to moving into that rural corridor space. So I think it's in agreement with the comprehensive plan. Would ask for you to approve it. I would also say that because of the cross zoning, the current zoning is inappropriate and the proposed is more appropriate. So thank you. I'd answer any questions or be happy to come back after any public comment.
Does any commission members have a question for Mr. Orley? Okay.
Okay, first on the list is Travis Barnes.
Yes, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Travis Barnes, 197 Moore Mill Road.
Okay, and please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
And I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
All right, I'm here today to oppose rezoning proposed for 200 Moore Mill Road that we're discussing right now. I was going to start out by pointing out that the notification letter I received was dated July the 8th. 14 days from July the 8th is tomorrow. I know y'all have said that it was approved, that notification was fine, but I don't see how that's possible. But I can also tell that we're kind of picking and choosing what KRS statutes that we're letting fly today. I noticed on the application that for the fire services, it lists the Kirksville Volunteer Fire Department. And you just said that there's a possibility of doing up to 400 lots. I'm sure those guys at the Kirksville Volunteer Fire Department are pretty good old boys, but I don't know that they can handle a development where there's up to 400 houses. But that's what's listed on the application. Excuse me. Moving on. The vision statement of the comprehensive plan is as follows. Madison County will maintain its rich heritage, history, and unique character while promoting economic and job development, supporting a diverse and growing community, and providing amenities to enhance the quality of life for all residents. Well, much of our heritage and history is based on agriculture. And if you truly plan to maintain this, I say we limit these residential developments that are eating up our farmland. Over the next 15 years, Madison County is expected to be in the top 3 in the state for losing the most farmland to development. Madison County is currently top 3 in the state for beef cattle production. As a community, what do we want to be known for? Successful cattle production, which honors our agricultural heritage, or being the county losing the most farmland to residential development? Next point, referring to the application for land use map agreement. The verbiage in the findings of fact section of the application reads like this. The existing zoning classification given to the property is inappropriate, and the requested zone designation to UC1 will be in conformity with the existing use and development of other property near the subject property and is appropriate under the circumstances. I think the argument that the current zoning designation of UC7, that it's inappropriate, well, I think that's ridiculous. And this and the 2 other properties on Lancaster Road are completely surrounded by land that's zoned for agriculture. Therefore, it seems pretty appropriate to keep these properties zoned as they are now. I know the other 2 we've already passed up, but we still got one more chance. Inappropriate, to me, is allowing subdivisions on land that is completely surrounded by farmland currently. And I've heard a lot of talk about this urban corridor. And I'd just like to say that just because a property falls in or mostly in this urban corridor, that doesn't mean we have to say yes every time somebody wants to change the zoning. And wrapping up here. According to the comprehensive plan, you all highlight these as factors for determining locations for future residential developments. 1, encourage infill and new development near existing developed areas. Focus urban development and density near Richmond, Berea, and that urban corridor. Identify corridors in the county that should be protected as scenic corridors where the aesthetic and scenic value is recognized and significant to preserve. I think if you take a close look at this property at Moore Mill Road, I don't think you're applying these rules that you all say you try to go by in that comprehensive plan. There are plenty of properties much closer to existing developed areas that are undeveloped that would be closer to Richmond, closer to Berea, and even within the urban corridor, closer to the developed areas. Coming out Moore Mill Road, it's just not suited for that kind of development yet. And you talk about protecting scenic corridors. I say take a drive out Lancaster Road or Moore Mill Road on a summer evening. Admire those rolling hills and the view of the mountains to the south. And check out that sunset. It may not have scenic value to all of you, but to us, the ones who live in this area and have for generations, it has value. It means something to us, and it means something to our kids, and it means something to our grandkids. And I'd like to thank you all for your time and consideration, and I'd like to end with a quick quote by a fellow named Jim Fowler. It says, "The quicker we humans learn that saving open space and wildlife is critical to our welfare and the quality of life, maybe we'll start thinking of doing something about it." Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Travis, you want to come back up and answer a couple questions?
Sorry, sir. I think a couple things important for the board to consider that you said. You live out in that area?
I live at 197 Mormon Road, directly across from that property. So when I look out my front door, right now I see sunset.
Yes.
And one day I'm gonna see houses.
The property's currently used for agriculture, is that right?
Yeah.
How's it being used exactly?
My property, or?
No, the property we're talking about.
I know that it's on agricultural. There's been cattle on there recently. Haven't seen any on there lately. But, you know, that's, it could be. I don't have any cattle on my property, but I raise hay, you know.
One thing you said that I want to make sure the board understands. I think one objection you had was you referred to the proposed findings of fact and recommendations that have been presented by the applicant. And you said that their legal justification was that the existing zoning was inappropriate. Did you say that?
That's the verbiage in the fact of finding, or findings of fact, or however that's worded. So I think inappropriate. If it was surrounded by other residential properties and you got a farm in there.
I'll let Mr. Worley address that.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure that that's what is in there, but I may stand to be corrected. I didn't see it.
Okay.
I saw a different one, but I would be concerned if that's what he said too, because it is being used agriculturally, right?
I mean, up until recently, I know there's been cattle on there. It's a big property. I can't see all the way across it.
I want Mr. Worley to be able to address that so
Sure.
they have a clear understanding about legal justice.
Okay.
These are good.
Anything else? Okay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Thomas?
Christopher Davis.
Okay. Christopher Davis, 928 Blue Lick Road.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I'm just here as a concerned resident of Madison County. As I said earlier, the size of these tracts is astounding when you think about 400 homes. And I'm just really want to say that 6 agenda items is way too many. I don't think it gives people enough time. I mean, I feel like we're going up against attorneys and professionals here. And the procedures are new to me here, where I would have brought a lot more, especially on the other one. So I think that needs to be more public to people and get more notice. It's, to me, and this urban corridor phrasing is honestly new to me. It kind of sounds like if it's in the urban corridor, check, it shall be R1. And I'm not sure that's what it meant. I think what it, more what it said is, if you look at objective 3 in the comprehensive plan, it says to encourage the preservation of agricultural land and business. Okay? It does, when you're jumping to shall be residential, that may be what it could be. And I think that's where you all really hold the front line, because I'm just concerned as this goes on, it's going to be piecemeal all over the county, and we're going to end up with something we don't want. Not necessarily we wouldn't do it, but it just seems like it's not cohesive with an urban corridor as big as it is, it sounds like. So that's overall concerns. And I just want to make sure that we all have a good view for what Madison County is going to be. And I don't think it's 400 houses out at this Warren Mill, personally. So I appreciate everybody coming in. I would encourage to try to keep the agenda. We know we're in here late, and I appreciate everybody staying. And I just don't think we're given enough time and consideration, quite frankly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Owen Barnes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Owen Barnes. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I'm not used to this, you all. 197 Moran Mill Road is our mailing address.
Yeah.
Is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Go
Can I
ahead.
ask you a question?
Okay.
Why don't attorneys have to do that? Why don't they have to swear? He's not testifying?
He's not testifying. He's making a presentation. That's why, just so you know.
Okay, I appreciate that. You won't have to time me. Mine's gonna be real short. It's way
I was trying to
past.
decide if I was going to make a joke about attorneys, but I've decided not to, so let's move on.
I suppose you all get these zone requests, and you all could look at them. You all could look at these 3 pieces of property and say, hey, these are within a half mile of each other. Now, I know what Mr. Worley said. I know what the other attorney said about having electric and water and fire. But I think what you all have to consider is worst-case scenario. You all have to consider, what if this piece of property we're talking about right now has 400 units on it? Mr. Cars, he gets his built. Mr. Sires gets his built. Don't you all have to look at the worst-case scenario and say, what if all 3 of these guys do this at the same time? Now, is your school system ready for that? I say no. Is your road system ready for that? If you all disagree with me, say something. No, it's not going to be ready. Your utilities, your safety, your fire. If all these units go at the same time, and that's a possibility, would you all agree with that? Shake your head up and down.
Well,
Because-
only I've done this for 28 years, and I've never seen it go at the same time. The market.
I understand,
tells that.
but you all are saying, I'm so sorry, you all are saying how much short we are on housing. This man wants return on investment. That man wants return on investment. That man wants return on investment. They've invested a lot of money, and they want return on it. Well, how do they get that? Do they let that land just stay there? Absolutely not. They develop it. And you all give them permission to do that, and I understand that. Just because
give
it
a
hasn't happened
recommendation
in
to
20
do it.
years doesn't mean it couldn't happen once this is all approved. Would you agree with that? Absolutely.
Possibly.
You can't-
I've
you can't
never
argue
seen
that.
it done that fast.
Would you also say that none of these infrastructure is ready for that? It can't be. You're talking about maybe 400 houses. You're talking, how many, Jim? 50, Mr. Sires? Maybe 30. So if all that happens at one time, what's a little community like Kirksville going to do? It's not ready for it. So I know y'all already approved Jim's and his. I don't see how you can approve this last one, based on what I just said. It's not ready for it, and all 3 could go at the same time. And I wish y'all consider that. Thank y'all.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Carol Yeager.
My name is Margaret Carol Yeager. My address is 2653 Lancaster Road.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't know about you all, but I'm getting pretty tired. Probably about the oldest person in here. But I started to give up my time, but I live right there. My family has lived in that corner for a very long time. I just want to give you a little history about where 1295 comes out to 52. Over the years of that development, and in the last 11 years, our fence, where 1295 comes out to 52, our farm fence is right across from that. That farm fence has been torn down time after time after time after time. And there's when we moved back, I made an attempt to have something done so people will see the signs. I had to go through, initially Jonathan Shell, at that time who was the state representative, to get actually signage that's greater than the typical signage that's put at a stop intersection. Because we had 5, within a period of time, we had 5 very severe accidents right there at the same corner. To get approval for these signs, I had to go to the highway department, I had to go to the state police and the Richmond police and get traffic accident reports to submit to the highway department and to Jonathan Shell. He took care of it. The reason he was so helpful was because he drives that road every day. And he knew what was happening. I can't remember the name of the representative that took his place, Travis somebody, and he was in Gary County. He also drove that road every day. After the signage was changed, we still had issues with not having a decreased mile per hour traffic sign put on the paint lick side of that curve. We had one on the the Richmond side. But I went through Travis, and somebody can probably remember his name, but he helped then increase that signage a bit. We have been up at 2:30 in the morning. We've been up all times of the night when the police knock on our door and say someone's gone through your fence. That's a good time. It's bad because we have cattle right there in that field. It's bad when whoever goes through the fence comes back out of the fence and doesn't tell us. We have to be sure that we're covered with good insurance because of that reason. But not only that, there's times I'm going to talk to you all. There's times when, as you're coming out 1295, the sun comes right in your eyes. This sweet little girl, one time, who was rushing to EKU for a class, as she was coming out, of course, she was in a hurry, I'm sure, but her car slid all the way over, went through that fence, went over into the field, tore her car up. But the excuse she said, the sun blinds me. Well, now, soon after that, I did the same thing early in the morning, and I was coming out 1295, going on 52. The sun started blinding me. You can't see the signage, you can't see the road when that sun is just a certain time of the year. So I would like to advertise to those 400 families are going to buy those things. Be very careful when you come out of 1295 and you go on 52. That intersection has had multiple times for the last, I don't know how many years, probably 50 years. That's been a bad intersection. And one fella I talked to who's coming from the paint lick area around that curve and was T-boned by somebody coming out 1295. His wife ended up in a nursing home in Irving. That was the closest she could find. We also have a nursing home and hospital issue around here too. But I lost contact with them. I don't know if she survived or not, but I know it's quite impactful. I also ask that you consider this issue. I know we've talked about traffic and we've talked about roads a lot. Unless you can figure out a way to change that road or put up blaring signs. There's already a flashing light. There's two big stop signs. Back before you get to the stop signs, there are flashing lights, as I remember, and trying to warn people coming out 1295. When you add 400 people in the morning, well, let's just add 100 people in the morning, going to jobs, either going right to Richmond or going left to Garrett County to get down to maybe the new 52, we're going to have issues. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Probably got one more, J.K. Adams.
Okay, Mr. Adam? Miss- Please state your name and address for the record.
Julia Catherine Adams, also known as JK.
Okay, please raise your right hand.
I live at 827 Hagen Mill Road.
Okay. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I will, so help me God.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. There's been a lot already said by the Yeagers and the Bird Whistles and several others that I completely concur with. I am the property that is like behind the frontage. And I had the PVA, they measured, and I'm like 2,100 feet plus or minus. And, you know, I was envisioning 1 acre lots. Well, this is even more of a nightmare, because when I opened this letter and found out that that farm is going to change to its final crop of houses, I just cannot tell you how devastated I was. I've always lived in the county as much as I can, wherever I've been. I was born and raised here in Madison County. I was away for 4 or 5 years. I've been back in Madison County since '95. And my first thought was, oh, I'm going to lose my night sky. And I'm sure the other people in that area can appreciate the light pollution that's going to happen. So I don't know what that'll do to migrating birds, but that is very minor concern. The traffic, and especially Ms. Yeager mentioned, where that 1295, that intersection has been a nightmare for many decades. And like I said, I was completely blindsided that this could potentially be 400 units in that area. So I just wonder how many are going to be touching my 2,100 feet of people that are not respectful of property lines, or that's been what I've dealt with in the past and what I hear of other people talk with when they don't know. Oh, they throw their clippings over the fence. Oh, let's give the cattle these clippings. You cannot do that. They don't need any kind of trash. And I just wonder just how many nightmares I'm going to have in the future of how many how many people are going to be abutted against my property line there. The traffic, I'll go back to that. Lawyer Gilbert, in his defense of the other one, he was saying just how much of an increase. He was saying single family, that's worse than having the 55 plus, or, if it was 5 and 10 acre or 20 acre lots, it wouldn't put that much burden on the road. But my goodness, right now in my life, I have to schedule appointments or when I'm going to volunteer because of the traffic that is already out on the road. You cannot get off of Hagen's Mill Road anytime in a school changing session. And there's been multiple crashes at the intersection where 52 and then Hagen's Mill is opposite Calais. So that's been a nightmare ever since the school has been finished. And to hear all this, I was unaware until I looked at the agenda just what was being proposed out further. So I was unaware of all that. And I just know if 1295 was already 4 lanes like Duncannon, it could tolerate it. But it's bad vision, and where my bridge, or I call it my bridge, on Higgins Mill Road is closed, I'm having to go around the world and use 1295 to even get into town, and it's just, for a state road, it must be as narrow as it legally can be. So I just can't imagine turning in and turning left and turning right. And then Lawyer Isaacs and Worley, they have referred to the urban corridor and the comprehensive plan. Well, I hear the word plan. I don't hear deadline. So I don't see that it needs to be built up right now. So I hope that you all will take into consideration that it is just a huge burden on already how it is. And just to think of, I mean, I don't know what you all's duties are. I don't know if y'all drive out and look at the properties prior to having these sessions, but it's beautiful out there right now. And these may be planning to do it tastefully, but you're not going to improve on what it already is. And then also on the urban corridor, well, Mr. Thomas referred to that it was somewhat of an arbitrary line that came down through there. So, you know, like you said, it would have been too labor intensive to have done it that way. So if it had been, you know, a few more inches on a map or a few more centimeters on a map, this, you know, and for them to say it's, I'm sorry, I forgot the verbiage he used, but it's been agriculture all these past years. How can it be so inappropriate for it to continue to be agriculture? So I thank you for your time and attention. I probably had more arguments I'd like to have said, but I respectfully ask that you deny this zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else on the list, Mr. Thomas?
That's all.
Okay. Any questions or comments for any of the? Mr. Worley?
Thank you again, and I will be as brief as possible. So first, in my findings of fact, I proposed findings of fact, which again, I'm proposing those to this body, but your attorney, Mr. Miller, will actually prepare those based on your decision. I did not argue that the proposed zoning was or the existing zoning was inappropriate. I think in my presentation, I made point that if you have a property that is technically now cross-zoned R7 and UC7, that is inappropriate, and that should be cleared up, and that the majority of this property is in the urban corridor, and so therefore you all have determined that it's urban in nature and should be developed. And that is not an arbitrary line. This body went through significant work to determine the amount of acreage that would be needed for development, for housing, for jobs, all that, and where it ought to go and how far it should be extended. So it was extended out this far because it was thought that there should be some development out this far. And there was comment that, well, we've argued tonight that just because it's in the urban corridor that it should be developed as we say such. And I would clarify that just because it's in the urban corridor doesn't mean that it should just be developed in any way possible. That means that it should be developed in an appropriate way that furthers the goals of the comprehensive plan and is appropriate transition to the area. When you look all throughout your comprehensive plan, it talks about what would be good in the rural corridor, what would be good in the urban corridor, what we would like to see in North Madison County, what we would like to see in the sprouts going out towards Winchester and Irvin. And what it talks about is a good transition. And in this case, UC1 is your lowest intense use, single-family housing. That is a good transition to be the last stop of this portion of your urban corridor before you move into the rural corridor. And there are even times that single-family housing is appropriate in the rural corridor, as I've brought before you previously. But in this particular sense, this is in the urban corridor and is appropriate for development. It need to make clear that the 400 homes, we put it, your application process requires a conceptual plan to be submitted with the application. we could have submitted a conceptual plan that was the very minimum of what could be developed. But in an attempt to be transparent and honest in that if the sewer is available out there, what the development plan that'll be brought to you, we should show you reasonably what could be brought back to you. Now, if that sewer is not brought back to you, you can't develop it that dense. Also, there was made mention of the fire department. I did put the Waco Volunteer Fire, or the Kirksville Volunteer Fire Department on the application because that's the closest. But the county would attempt to service this from wherever. From Battlefield across Duncannon, you could get to this property. But all of that also is not this stage. This is the zone change stage. That goes into technical review of a development plan. And fire and all of them, they get to have a say in that. 1295 is a state road. State highway traffic engineer gets to have a say in that. So again, just to come back to this is a zone change stage. Is single-family residential in some form, and we won't know what that form looks like until the development plan comes back. And you are to take into account public safety when you look at those development plans. Whatever comes back, is single-family residential appropriate here? And I would say, towards the end of your urban corridor, transitioning to your rural corridor, your lowest intense use is what your comp plan would advise is the appropriate zone, and that's UC1, single-family residential. So I would just finish by way of saying, you know, out that way, this is a beautiful community. Kirksville's a great community. I spent half of my childhood on Arbuckle Farm, as much as I did my own home. I've been out that way many, many times. And change is always difficult. But this is not going to develop all at once. We've heard testimony today that Indigo Run took 30 years to develop. It is difficult to develop. It takes time. I certainly absolutely respect, and want to point out Mr. Barnes' comments were very, very nice. I have utmost respect for him. Absolutely, sir. A Little League baseball coach was not a little boy. But his concerns are not unjust. We should be worried about growth too fast. But it will not develop all at once. And all throughout that, because all throughout that stage, technical review, development plans, bankers, what developers can do, where can they get the labor, where can they get the material, what other work have they got going on? Is the state highway traffic engineer, does he take up a project there that slows it down and they can't get the right of way? Those are the things that take into account that then take 20, 30 years for these things to develop out. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, there may be work started next year on some of these, but it's going to take them several more months even to work through this project, 2 years or more to work through these projects with you all in the fiscal court. And so this is the same or similar area that we've been talking about tonight, and so that's a lot. But this should be treated the same or similarly. And a single-family residential development on this property is in agreement with your comprehensive plan. I thank you very much. And we've had a wonderful, long night. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but would appreciate approval of this project.
Okay, is there any questions or concerns for Mr. Worley? If not, Mr. Thomas, you said that was the last one?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if not, I'll.
He gets the last word, Mr. Barnes. Thank you.
I'll open the floor for a motion.
Pursuant to KRS Chapter 100 and the testimonies given regarding the proposed land use change request, I make a motion to approve the land use request from UC7 to UC1 based on the evidence presented.
Okay.
Mayor, let's just clarify that motion that it's from UC7 and R7 to UC1.
Yes, it's R7 and UC7 for all of it to be UC1.
Okay, have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I do, and I know it's late, and but I want to say what Ms. Yeager had to say about 7 zone changes in one night. I think everybody here would agree that that's a lot. We were told 2 weeks ago that this is what we were going to do, and we're all agree it's a lot. What we were told was And it makes perfect sense to me. I think if 1,000 people showed up at the courthouse tomorrow with all their ID and said they wanted to register to vote, and someone at that courthouse told them they had to leave because it's just too much, we're not ready for that much change, and you're following all the rules that is set up on our website and told you exactly what you have to do to register to vote, but there's just too much, and it's too much change, and we're not ready for that, we should have a bedlam, because you can't tell people what the rules are, and because too many people follow the rules and it's a little inconvenient, we can't do it. But I do agree, it was a lot, we're all tired. I also want to say, I realize you don't have a whole lot of time to grasp this. We get our packages on Friday, okay? So that's how much time we've had to review every single thing that we have, and we have done that. We've reviewed everything, but we get our packages on Friday. I knew about a couple of these changes because of all the people put stuff on Facebook, is the only way that I know. And of course, I'm being accused of making the decision years ago because somebody paid me off or something. I don't know. But Facebook told me before I got my packet on Friday. So that's kind of how it works. I went out to all these properties today. I went to every one of them. I got lost over in Kirksville someplace because my phone kept ringing and I kept losing my map. The place is gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful. I love farmland. I love driving down the interstate and seeing rolling acres. I love seeing cows. I like going down 25 and seeing cows. I love seeing cows. I ain't gonna be a farmer. Be real clear. I'm not gonna be a farmer. I love that you all want to farm. I appreciate it, and I love a hamburger. But I don't want to farm. And I want to be able to sell my house. If I want to sell my house, like you all want to sell your house, I want to sell my car, anything I want have, assets I get to sell. If you don't want to be a farmer anymore, we can't make you be a farmer. If you want to sell your farmland, we have to let you sell your farmland. But we have a plan that's set up. We are preserving our farmland. Go out beyond that urban corridor with a farm and come in here and tell us you want to put subdivisions on, we're going to tell you no. Because we're preserving our property. We are preserving it. But when we have I-75 running through the middle and we keep expanding, we have to look at that. And I feel like that we are. And the people that stood up here today and said they're farming and they don't like it, please don't ever sell your farms. Go get your attorney, put it on your property that your children, your grandchildren, their children, from now until hell freezes over, nobody can make anything but a farm. But that's how you stop farming. It's not telling somebody else they can't sell their farm. I understand you don't want a bunch of neighbors. But we can't take people's rights away to do what they want to do with their property just because we don't like it. And that's all that I had to say.
Okay. Anyone else? Any commission members?
She said
I want to think, please come back. Please don't just make this the only time you're here. Because when these properties that we have done, we are going to have plans, and they're going to bring studies. They're going to bring where the water goes. There's so much more to this before they can just go out and build 400 houses. Please come and be here, especially the people in Kirksville, because you all have got a lot of property. You need to know how this process works. Be a part of it. Come back and listen and see how it's being done so that you can be educated on how to protect your farmland for yourself. Now I'll hush so we can go on.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? If not, we'll have a vote.
Brian Adams,
Abstain.
Bill Buchanan,
Yes.
Shannon Pennington,
Yes.
Shannon Renfro,
yes.
Mary Eipert,
Yes.
Doug Fritz,
Yes.
Robert Farmer.
Yes. It'll be the commission's recommendation that we approve the zone change at 200 Moran Mill Road. You all understand there'll be 2 hearings by the fiscal court. They have the final say. So you'll have 2 different meetings.
Let's get a motion before it gets too loud. Ms. Yeager, we're not done with the meeting yet, ma'am, sorry. We're not done with the meeting yet. That's okay.
You don't want to be a farmer.
I know, well, they just got up.
If there's nothing else to come before the commission, need to.
No.
You be careful.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah. Mr. Carter, we're not done with our meeting yet. Yep.
Yes, you can. Thank you.
I made a motion to adjourn.
You got a motion to adjourn.
Oh.
We're not close.
Motion to adjourn.
Don't need a second on adjournment.
I'm out of here.
Yes.
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 Yes.